The pursuit of greatness begins at first light and never, ever ends. Time is the enemy, the ally, and the holy grail of every race car driver. Who will be victorious? Only time will tell. Let's go.
Hello everyone and welcome to the Darlington Raceway. You know, I remember a few years back when the speed show Wind Tunnel with Dave Despain was on. One episode they ran a poll among its viewers for their favourite racetrack. I think it was Eldora that was the winner, and the NASCAR track that made it highest up the list, well, it wasn't Daytona, Talladega or any track like that. It was this one right here, Darlington Raceway. And tonight we are getting ready to watch a Southern 500 here live on the Global SimRacing channel. This is round number 10 of the Majors series, and we are getting set for 500 miles of racing action here tonight. It's going to be something else. Hello everyone, I'm Samuel Ryman, and alongside me in the booth are Adam Lindgren and DJ Clark. Behind the scenes is our director Sean Ambrose, and he is using camera sets provided, as always, by the one and only Dougie Beard. One thing that NASCAR teaches you that elementary school doesn't is that there are lots of different kinds of ovals. That is definitely the case for this one in Darlington, South Carolina. Let's get a better look at it with our GSRC track guide.
Before Daytona, there was Darlington. In 2020, the track celebrated its 70th anniversary, and despite numerous ups and downs, the track has proved resilient through it all, truly being the track too tough to tame. When Darlington was completed in 1950, there wasn't anything like it in the Southeast. It can only be compared in the U.S. to Indianapolis. Its unique shape is what really does it. This track was designed long before cars could achieve the speeds they do now, and while the asphalt is wide, the actual raceable track surface is very narrow through the turns, and that starts in turns 1 and 2. This is the wide end of the speedway. You'll often see cars enter up high, drift down a touch before coming back up to the wall, and then they try to diamond off turn 2. That's right, the corner actually sharpens from turns 1 and 2. And if you don't nail that turn 2 right, you'll leave a pretty nasty mark on the exit of the turn 2 wall. You fly down the backstretch and hit turns 3 and 4, which are much more symmetrical, but together present a much tighter radius than 1 and 2. You'll tend to enter high and stay high all the way to the exit of 4. When tires start to fade, you'll feel it at this end of the track more. Pretty much only the upper echelon of stock cars race at Darlington. The Cup cars, of course, having their annual Southern 500, a race that's perhaps the toughest 500-mile race on drivers and equipment. Today, here on GSRC and iRacing, Darlington will show us who has nerves of steel as they receive their Darlington stripes. Sit down and hold on for a wild one.
Well, while you were watching that track guide, my co-commentator Adam Lindgren corrected me that Eldora is now a NASCAR track, but it wasn't at the time of the poll. But since you want to talk so much, Adam, I'm going to hand it over to you for the track info.
Sure thing, Sam. Darlington in the NASCAR Gen 6 cars that these guys are driving tonight is a completely different beast compared to any other time in NASCAR's storied history, even before Eldora. This 1.33-mile egg-shaped oval was once considered a super speedway in its own right, historically being all about mechanical grip. But with the current iteration of the Gen 6 car being so reliant on downforce and aero performance, how you set up a car here is completely different. As the tires wear over the course of the run, the car will begin to get tight on entry and snap loose on exit. Then, as you abuse the right rear tire even more to try and maintain speed, the car will simply just get loose everywhere, especially transitioning to the straights. Due to this, it may seem like track position is all important, but the drivers need to remember that in reality, NASCAR is an endurance series, and especially this race tonight for the Southern 500. And if you're patient and don't push too hard in the opening laps of a run, you'll find yourself flying by folks before your scheduled pit stops. That, of course, assumes we'll be going green that long, and with 13 cautions in the international region and 7 in the European region, it's bound to be an adventure tonight, Sam.
Yes, this is the Lady in Black, a track too tough to tame. Definitely one of the highlights on the calendar, and there are lots of drivers here who we need to talk about as well before we get things started, because there's multiple championships going on. Let's start with the one that probably normally makes the headlines, and that is the pro driver standings. And you can see it's still very close at the top of the standings with 3 races left to go, including the one tonight, and it's 23 markers separating the top 4. There you see Christian Traliner, Andrew Warren, James Walker, and Joshua Chin all close together. A little bit of a gap back to Steve Driscoll, but he's definitely still in it. What about the Pro Team Championship, DJ?
Well, in that Pro Teams Championship, Forge Racing Pro 1 is on top, but only by about 45 points. It's very close from there on back, with Evolve looking in on them, and Kinetic America's Pro 2 only about 23 points back from there. Kinetic America's Pro 1 is closing in on them, only about 10 points back, with Dog Bear Red a decent amount back. So some good battles there across the field, Sam.
Absolutely. Now we're heading over to the Sportsman standings, which are on our esports television, esports broadcasting service on the other channel over there. Ozzy Milwing currently in the lead of Justin Garrick, only by 2 points separating them, with Joey Haynes 11 points back and Chris Sherburne only 2 points back of him. So very tight for first and second and third and fourth in those Sportsman standings, with Brian Halleck only 2 points back in fifth as well.
And because the sportsman standings are close, you would think the sportsman team standings are close as well. And we'll find out in just a moment. Here we go. The sportsman team standings, well, they are pretty close as well, especially the battle for second position there. You can see Forge Racing Sport has a bit of an advantage over Sector 5, but very close in that battle for second between Sector 5 Sports and High Class Racing. Evolve definitely still in it as well, but you have a bit of a gap back to Vengeance Motorsports in 5th place. Now let's head over to the Legend standings with DJ.
Well, Sam, in those legend standings, remember, these are for some of the older drivers in the fields here. Kevin Hill has a 17-point lead over Brian Barnes. Wayne Hutchinson, though, only 5 points back of Barnes, so a good battle there for the top 3. Brian McGreevy is 14 points back of Hutchinson, with Brian Bennett on the outside looking in that P5 position.
Yeah, and then the America's Legends Sportsman, we got Maurice Camillion in the lead of that by only, well, actually he's tied rather with Robert in second position. Though we got Robert just 1 point back of those two guys, and then Robert back 7 points back as well for the tied for the, well, in the third position rather. Then we've got Robert only 1 point back of Roger, so it's going to be very interesting right there. And then Ernie Ludwig is going to be down there in the 5th position, trying to bring up the field in that America's Legends Sport group.
Yeah, I think I got my money on Robert in that championship. All right, well, let's have a look at our race details as we're wrapping up practice right here. So this is round number 10, the Southern 500, a 500 miles, 367 lap race at this 1.33 mile circuit using the 2021 NASCAR Cup car out there, the Ford, the Toyota, and the Chevy. 11 sets of tires, open setups. The Darlington, of course, well known for truing up tires, and we'll see how things unfold today. We want to give a shout out here to Sarge's Place, which is a homeless veteran shelter that is based in the state of Washington. To learn more about Sarge's Place, you can go to sargesveteransupport.com. There is a link in the broadcast description, and that is a charity that our drivers have kind of put forward for today's broadcast. They'd like to help those guys out, and obviously it's for a great cause. So please check out the link in the broadcast description if you have some money to donate. Meanwhile, practice is wrapping up right here. There's not going to be a qualifying session after this session. Qualifying has already been determined, and we'll read out the grid to you momentarily. And the first thing I'm noticing right off the get-go here, Adam, is that the times in practice are very close.
Absolutely very close between Christian Challoner, Joshua Chin, and Blake Reynolds, making his return to the Major Series for the first time this season. He's the 2018 America's Region Champion, and he's jumping back in the car for this Southern 500 tonight. So great to see Blake back, and he's going to be putting a challenge to the drivers up at the top of the field tonight.
Just 1 minute left of this practice session. DJ, any final thoughts?
Well, I'm going to be watching a lot to see the groove choice over the course of this race. It's been a hot minute, but it's worth remembering that iRacing did implement the side draft, meaning you can run that super, super high line around here. Watching Christian Challoner actually experimenting with that a little bit here. So who's going to be brave enough to put the car up on that high line? Who's going to run more of a traditional middle line around here?
Well, we have 31 cars in this session, and you see, even in the dire moments of practice here, Blake Reynolds has just popped in the fastest time at 28.323, and my guess would be he's done that with his race setup, because, again, we've already done qualifying, so no point to really putting your qualifying setup in right now, unless you just want to show off. Entering the final 20 seconds. And then we'll be getting set for 500 miles, 367 laps of racing. Now, if, knock on wood, if we do get a caution fest today, there is a time limit on this race. It's 5 hours. Hopefully, we won't have to worry about that too much, but we'll let you know if it does become a concern. All right, well, practice is over, so the drivers are about to get gridded up for the race here at the Darlington Raceway. And we're going to take a look at your starting grid. The checkered flag waves on the session. The race session launches, and leading them off on pole position will be Justin Morton. Flanking him on the outside will be Blake Reynolds in second place. Third position will be James Walker, and starting in fourth position will be Kevin Hill. Eric Smith will start fifth place ahead of Boyd Hogan. Adam Halleck and Andrew Warren will roll off from row number 4. Mark Stevenson and Travis Wallin round out your top 10. Adam.
Justin Kirby's going to start off 11th place next to Chris Yatito in row 6. Row 7 is going to be Jeff Schmeier with Brian Barnes lining up outside him in 14th position. Wayne Hutchison starting off in 15th spot with Zachary Brown down in 16th. Row 9 to Nick Kuhn and Ryan Steele with Brian McGreevy and Trent Brown rounding out your top 20.
In 21st, it'll be Jason Brophy flanked by David Hall with Christian Challoner starting in a surprising 23rd. Tom Abramitis will be in 24th, followed by Daniel Johnson and Jason Wallet behind him in 26th. Row 14 will be made up of Rob Powers, followed by Jason Enrique, and Lynn Kinchlow and Joshua Chin will round out your top 30, with Steve Driscoll bringing up the back of the field in 31st.
And the pace cars rolling off. Wow, nice to see the grid, all 31 cars take to the grid quite quickly. They don't really have any laggers waiting for the final minute to grid up, so I think everyone's revved up, ready to go. They're just going to do one pace lap, of course, because this track is over a mile long. That's how iRacing determines how many pace laps you get before the green flag drops. And Justin Morton will have control of the field. He'll start from the inside, but I think the racing line is quickly going to become the outside line. I wouldn't be surprised if Morton leads through the first turn if he gets a nice jump down on the inside, but how quickly do you think, Adam, we'll see these guys trying to get single file up front?
I think it's going to be a couple laps before they're single file just due to the aerodynamic nature of these particular vehicles. But I think it'll happen around lap 4 or 5 is when we're going to see those guys get single file. Important to note, Zachary Brown and David Hall are starting in the pits, so that promotes the people behind them. So 2 drivers deciding to start from the pits today. They're banking on a caution right here.
Well, they must have only had 1 minute of grid time then, because I thought they all gridded up rather quickly. Well, the pace car's in the pits, and Justin Morton's already on the loud pedal very early, and we are racing here at Darlington Raceway for the Southern 500. So Justin Morton already has 5 car lengths over the rest of the field as he throws it off into the first corner, and the front of the field getting single file, but we have some side-by-side racing. One car on the apron.
That's Adam Halleck, who drops down to the apron. He got a little bit loose going into turns 1 and 2. He's now recovered and back on track, so as everyone smokes by him, it's single file, and so my prediction out the window is Justin Morton jumping way early and catching everyone by surprise at the start of the race.
Looks like the first mover we had is Boyd Hogan. He got 5th position away from Eric Smith. But these drivers all too aware of the fact that it's a long race, DJ, and up front, at least, they're being sensible right now.
Indeed, we've still got some side-by-side happening back in around 20th, but as we keep our eyes focused here on Blake Reynolds, just hunting down Justin Morton, both drivers choosing to go on that higher line, taking advantage of the side draft. Looked like a pretty good run there from James Walker in 3rd. Little bit of side-by-side action there in the back between Hill and Bogan.
Absolutely. We've had some contact between Trent Brown and Jason Enrique back down in the 20th position. That's where Christian Challoner is right now, our championship leader, back down in 21st spot. He's trying to hold on to this position. Almost contact once again as they go into the corner. That was close between Tom Abramatis and Trent Brown. As they came into the corner, you can see Trent Brown has that damage on the rear end. He made contact with Jason Enrique, who's tucked in behind Christian, and Christian not too happy with the slow entry from Tom. Tom's in the wall. Christian making sure to be very careful as he tries to pass him.
Darlington stripe number 1 then. We've already seen one car graze the wall. By the way, one driver on the move from 31st up to 27th is Steve Driscoll. Apparently he chose not to qualify because he was upgrading his iRacing equipment. We're getting word in the YouTube chat. Oh, and there's one car in the wall out of turn 2.
It's Rob Powers who's on the wall. He's parked on the bottom of the track. It's still green so far. He comes back almost up to the racing line, but still stays 2 lanes below it. We're going to stay green.
Now, what happened here? Looks like he probably got tight on the exit of a turn. Oh, he got a car underneath him that probably threw him off his racing line. And yeah, the exit of that turn is very tricky.
It's very tricky indeed, Sam. He's lucky to be able to escape that without some major damage to the car, but he is going to come down pit lane. That will put him a lap down at this point.
We got a battle for position. Jeff Schmeier trying to make a move down the front straight, but he backs out of it.
Jeff Schmeier down in 11th position. Mark Stevenson in 10th. So Jeff Schmeier trying to break his way into the top 10. Christian Challoner setting the fastest lap from 20th position on the grid. So he's got some progress to make it up there and fight with James Walker, Blake Reynolds, and Justin Morton, who we saw up there in the top 3. But he's got some work to do to get up there. Track position, remember, these pit stops, if we're going to stay green, are going to be around lap 60. So he's got a lot of time to try and make up that track position. But our leader, Justin Morton, he's made about a gap of about 24 seconds over David Hall, who is the last driver on the lead lap so far.
So first 7 laps have been clean and green, except for the one car we saw go off on turn 2. Now we should make a note that it is not surprising here to have incidents without caution flags. Of course, the apron is very big. The apron used to be the actual racetrack here at Darlington until they realized they could run faster on the runoff area with the extra banking up on the top of the racetrack. So most of this racetrack is apron, and if a car crashes down there on iRacing, you don't get a caution flag. So don't be surprised if we see more wrecks and yellows today.
Exactly, Sam, and it's one of the blessings here of running on the sim. Keeping our eyes, though, on this battle for 5th. Good run there for Smith. Is he going to be able to challenge a little bit here as they come to the timing and scoring line? Looks like he's a little far back at this point, but applying some good pressure to Boyd Hogan, just keeping it up as much as possible. And as we've seen, the margin for error here is so small, it's almost like driving a road course that if you keep that pressure up, you could maybe force the competitor ahead of you into a mistake.
So Rob Powers, of course, was that driver who got in the wall early on, so he's already a couple of laps down. Everyone else still on the lead lap, but lap traffic will start to play a factor. There's 25 seconds between the race leader and 30th place car David Hall right now. Now, of course, because it's open setups, these drivers can make adjustments as the race goes on, so we'll see if there are comers and goers in 300 laps from now.
Taking a look at Justin Morton in the lead of this race. Justin Morton setting his pole qualifying time and absolutely making the most of it with that early jump off of the line. He's got Blake Reynolds, former series champion and 15-time race winner in the major series, tucked in behind him. So Blake Reynolds, absolutely a threat to Justin Morton, who's trying to climb his way up forward in the points championship.
Well, he's, I'm sure, quite happy with how things are going right now. One driver who's not happy has to be Adam Hallock. I believe we saw him going backwards earlier, but it's actually gotten worse. He's dropped all the way back to 19th position now after starting 7th in that number 36 machine.
Yeah, he did, Sam, and I took a look at his start. It looked like he may have just got a little bit of wheel spin off the line, and I think that got into his head a little bit. Right now, you can see him under pressure here, under big pressure there, able to hold it down for now. That's Abramitis behind him, keeping that gap pretty close. Abramitis getting a better run off of the corner. Don't think that's going to be enough to really push an advantage here, but Halleck just trying to hold on. And remember, that's crucial. He is part of that Forge Racing team that is competing for that top step of the team's championship.
Christian Challenger trying to make another move on Brian McGreevy, just up ahead of Halleck actually, and almost made contact with him coming off of turn 3 and 4. Had to take evasive action, managed to hang on to it though. So fortunate for Christian Challenger, he did not get that contact. Now he's going to try once again on Brian McGreevy here, coming into 3 and 4 this time around.
Both of the iRacing machines making the move into turn 3, and it's going to work out for both of them. Yes, because Challenger's able to pull his car ahead. I wanted to make a note. You were talking about Forge Racing there, DJ. That's the 36 car we were watching a few positions back there, the black and red machine. There's about 7 of them on track here today. If you start to get confused, the way to tell them apart is they have different wheel rim colors. So if you're trying to look for your favorite Forge Racing driver, try and learn what color wheel rims they have.
Yeah, indeed. We were talking about that before the podcast. Whoa!
Sorry, contact between Trent Brown and Adam Halleck. Adam Halleck hit the wall, outside wall hard. This was coming off of in the middle of turns 3 and 4.
Oh, we're just talking about Adam a few moments ago, and how his race wasn't going in the right direction, and yeah, it went even worse there. It looks like he hit the wall, then turned down to get out of the wall, and bounced off the car underneath him and hit it again.
Yeah, Halleck playing a little bit of ping pong there. Jumping up to the lead, though, Sam, we've got a bit of a battle on our hands.
Yeah, here you go. Here's another one of those Forge Racing machines leading the field around the number 9 of Justin Morton, but for how much longer? Because the 66 of Blake Reynolds has run him down and is looking underneath. Now, you don't want to do too much side-by-side racing here, Darlington. We've already seen how that can go wrong, but I don't think they're going to be side-by-side for that long, because Blake Reynolds just powers by there. I think Justin Morton saw the writing on the wall and let him complete his move and drops back into 2nd position right now. But we've got the top 4 nose to tail.
Absolutely. Boyd Hogan's going to make a move on James Walker, another Forge driver tucked into that 3rd position, and James is just going to let him by. I think all these guys at the front are just in it to try and get to the first pit stop for these guys at this point. They've been out there for 17 laps right now. Blake Reynolds, Justin Morton, Boyd Hogan, and James Walker up there, the top 4, and then they've got a 3.5 second back to Eric Smith.
Now, it's way too early to start talking about pit strategy, but that is something that we will bring up later because, of course, with the tyre degradation here, you can definitely try and pull off an undercut by pitting a couple of laps earlier and getting fresh tyres on your car.
Yeah, you most certainly can, and it's something that these drivers will be keeping in mind. That undercut will be very powerful here. Watching Challenger making his way down to the inside of Ryan Steele. Whoa, he's got to check himself up a little bit as that car wanted to drift up the track. Challenger, and getting very squirrely at the line. He's been running that low line to get past a whole lot here, and I've got to wonder if that's going to chew up his tires a little bit early as he dips down onto the apron to be able to fully pull off that move on Steele.
Yeah, might be chewing up his tires, but at the same time, when he's not passing people, he's being very gentle with the car, to be honest with you. He's rolling in and out of the corners fairly smoothly and trying to take, you can see just how little wheel movement he's putting into this car. He's really steering it using the throttle, and that's really what you've had to do historically around here at Darlington, but these tires for every single one of these drivers starting to wear away.
Yeah, already our race leader, Blake Reynolds, his lap times are 1.5 seconds slower than his fastest lap of a race. His fastest lap is a 28.9, so for all intents and purposes, a 29 flat. And right now he's running 30.5, so about 1.5 seconds slower than what he has, and he's leading the race. So you can imagine if that's how bad it is for the leader, how bad is it for the drivers who aren't doing as well further back in the field. And we're only 20 laps into the first stint, so about a third of the way through the first stint of this race. The Southern 500, definitely an endurance race. All 31 cars are still in it. Rob Powers had a moment earlier on, but he has gotten back out on track and is 2 laps down in 31st and last. But 2 laps, he can definitely get that back here if his car's behaving all right.
Yeah, exactly. And I think he did take a little bit of a splash and dash when he was in there, so he'll be hoping to maybe do a little bit of an overcut, hope for a yellow to get him back on the lead lap. That's going to be Powers' MO here at this point. Watching those leaders coming out, looks like the Forge Racing drivers taking similar lines out of turns 1 and 2, running the cars a little bit up the track more, potentially stop it, letting that momentum carry a little bit more, preventing a little bit of wear and tear on the tires.
Yeah, absolutely. But that being said, we've got, even though we have 7 Forge Racing drivers in this race, to be honest, it's Justin Morton and James. Ooh, we actually had Adam Halleck just hit the outside wall again. Jason Wallet going by. So Adam Halleck, I was about to talk about how most of the Forge drivers are actually struggling, and they're towards the back of the field and losing ground. So that setup from the Forge team may not be super great for everybody.
And there's a pass with Tralliner making a move on Stevenson, so he completes that pass. So yeah, another one of the Forge Racing cars going backwards. Like I say, some of the Forge Racing cars are up front, but it definitely seems they had more pace earlier on and they're going backwards now. I almost wonder, Adam, if maybe they thought there would be an early caution here, so they weren't too concerned about burning off their equipment early.
That's entirely possible, but that being said, they continue to fall backward, and the fact that they're falling backward even before halfway into a stint here, that is not great as far as the concerns there. And we're going to jump up to the lead here because Boyd Hogan has not left Blake Reynolds alone. He's trying to challenge him.
Yeah, Boyd Hogan has been heading forward ever since the start of this race. He went from 6th to 5th on the opening lap, and obviously he's gone up from 4th to 3rd and now to 2nd, and he's thinking about position number 1. And my guess is at this rate, he's probably going to get it in the not too distant future.
Yeah, it looks like Hogan's got a good car there. You can see the speed comparison on the straightaways, able to get a little bit more speed. Looked like Reynolds dipped his tire down a little bit just to play with that apron a little bit, try to get some of the car to turn. Hogan definitely chasing down here. I think he knows what he wants to do at this point. Very much letting the car come to him. There you see him drifting up on a little bit of a higher line early in the corner, trying to diamond it off a little bit and get a better run down the straightaway.
Oh, and we've almost had a wreck. Tom Abramatis and Jason Brophy made contact. 19th and 18th positions, both of them managing to save it, but they almost went around coming off of turn 2.
Well, they're still at it here. Look at the two of them just side by side as this continues to go along. Excuse me, that's Driscoll that is side by side with it. But Adam, you watch this. Let's check out this replay.
Yeah, this is absolutely crazy between Tom Abramatis and Jason Brophy. Abramatis trying to hang it high on the outside and hang on to that position. Couldn't quite do so. Makes contact with the wall on the outside of turn 3 and then gets into Brophy, and watch both of them save this.
Oh, let it never be said that it doesn't take any talent to drive a NASCAR. That is some of the best car control I've seen all year.
They've got it sorted out temporarily, continuing to keep an eye on the leaders. I'm also watching 11th place. Joshua Trinh is starting to make some moves, and he's going by Kevin Hill right now. He's just taken 11th place away. He was in 13th a few moments ago, and now he's up to 11th. So 93 car heading in the correct direction.
Absolutely, and as he continues to move his way forward, Christian Challoner up 13 positions from 23rd to 10th. Give him a pit stop and give him a caution, and he'll be right up there with our leaders. He's only 13.5 seconds off of our leader, Blake Reynolds, and he's had to do that cutting through all of the traffic. As we ride on board with the iRacing driver, Christian Challoner, I mean, last year's champion and this year's points leader coming into this race is absolutely doing what he needs to do to try and hang on to that, currently in 9th.
Oh, we got trouble. Mark Stevenson. He's lost it halfway down the front straight. Not sure how that happened. He might have got turned. This might have been shades of the Trace Elliott, Kyle Busch incident we saw here last year. He gets going again. It doesn't bring out a caution because he's on the apron, but he lost it so far down the front straight, I can't imagine he didn't get some help.
This is something we saw in the European and international regions, DJ, with the drivers and the unstableness of their setup. This Ford car looks extremely tight through the center of the corner, so much so that it might get snapped loose on exit. And on power, they've been burning off those right rear tires, and I think it's just getting that unstable.
Yeah, you can see it there. It looked like that car was in a minor bit of a tank slapper going down the entire straightaway, and he eventually lost it just about crossing the timing and scoring line. Definitely some damage to the left rear on that car as it spun around and collected down to the inside. Lucky we're able to stay green here, though, for our leaders. They're going to be happy about that.
And our leaders have started putting cars a lap down now. So you can see a couple of cars out in front of Blake Reynolds, who has been able to hold on ahead of Boyd Hogan. Hogan's stayed about half a second back of him for the last few laps. We'll see if things change as he tries to navigate his way through this traffic.
I'm pretty sure that these drivers are going to be pretty kind to each other as far as the higher position drivers go when it comes to making passes. And oh man, Zachary Brown in another Forge machine getting tight on corner entry and hitting the outside wall. Blake trying to avoid him and going all the way down to the apron.
Yeah, so this is a bit of a win for Blake Reynolds here. He's put a lap car in between himself and Hogan. We'll see. Looks like the Forge machine is able to maintain pace, so, and it looks like Hogan's going to get by without actually losing that much time.
Trent Brown's around. Trent Brown has gone around coming off of turns 3 and 4. This is another driver who's struggled to keep it going forward, and he can't get the car going. I think he's going to park it and take a tow.
Yeah, and it should stay green again because of that big apron.
And I don't know what happened. He blew his engine.
Blew up.
He must have downshifted.
I think I have heard some cars downshifting. I thought my ears were deceiving me, but now I guess it's happening. Yep, that was a downshift.
Yeah, downshifted, just trying to maybe get a little bit more acceleration off the line, and that was just enough to blow that motor. So the Black Magic Motorsports driver, it's going to be his day relatively done here.
Well, it took us 30 laps or so, but finally looks like, unfortunately... Oh, we got one car in the wall at the back of a picture there. That was one of the Forge cars, I believe.
That was Zachary Brown, I believe, who hit the outside wall.
Yep, it is, and he might be coming into the pits. So, Darlington finally starting to bite some of these drivers.
Absolutely. Taking a look at Eric Smith and Andrew Waring. That's Lynn Kinchlow, who just got passed by James Walker Head, so that was not for position. But these two drivers are Smith and Waring in the gray and green and the green and white machines. 366 of Waring in behind Eric Smith, who we're riding on board with right now as he's trying to get his way past the lapped car of Lynn Kinchlow.
Yeah, trying to get by here, and this may be, guys, where we start to see a little bit of team tactics playing into it. Wouldn't be surprised if these drivers are in communication with one another, if their teammate's about to go a lap down, maybe drive a little bit harder than you would expect to try to hold up a driver depending on that team's championship. You see they're trying to take the high line, though, getting around the 44. Good run. He's got to lift a little bit, but I think he'll get down to the inside.
Oh, contact!
That could have been a lot worse.
That could have been positively disastrous for the 32 and the 336 there. That's Eric Smith and Andrew Waring. Oh, and that was a hit into the wall for Smith.
Smith has toe damage, I think. He's definitely very unstable on the straightaways. Waring and Smith now both with right side damage. Here comes Travis Warling behind them to try and pass them as well. They're all going to come up clustered in behind Lynn Kinchlow. This is going to get stressful.
This is a battle for 5th, 6th, and 7th position as they work their way through turn 3 by a lap car who's probably thinking, I want to stay out of this, but unfortunately he's found himself right in the middle of it. So Eric Smith breaks out ahead of a lap car, the number 44 machine of Link Control, who gets up in the wall, and now Warren and Warling get by.
Well, that's kind of the easiest way that they could hope for that to happen, although I'm sure that was a heart-in-the-mouth moment for Travis Warling and Andrew Waring, seeing Kinchlow bounce off the wall and praying they don't come into him. But it certainly looks like that Waring is on the attack now in that 336, trying to chase down Travis Warling if he can. Looks like they've got a both pretty decent run out of turn 4. Nothing doing going into 1, but that bright green machine certainly smells blood in the water.
And Andrew Waring making contact with that outside wall with Eric Smith. Warling having snuck through to split them both up. And I think that Warling is trying to maintain that speed that he's got. Waring into the outside wall again. That was heavy contact. That's going to add another Darlington stripe to his green machine.
Yeah, and you can only do that so many times before it really starts to upset the car. You can see Warren's already got his steering wheel pointing to the left, but I believe, DJ, you said before the start of a race, you noticed a lot of drivers seem to have their cars set up that way anyway.
Yeah, it's a little bit counterintuitive to what I would normally suspect. You normally actually want to offset the steering to the left. Oh, another big hit into the wall there for Waring, but he's able to save it. As I was saying, you normally want to have the steering wheel set slightly to the right so that you're almost pulling it closer to center as you go around. But a lot of these drivers offsetting the steering to make it further to the left may just be a little bit of a preference there in the sim.
Hogan is having a real difficult time with lap traffic right now. He's got about 4 lap cars in front of him. He's finally gotten himself by one of them, but it has cost him over a second to our race leader as we continue to watch this battle on screen. But you can see the interval now between your two leaders is 1.2 seconds.
Absolutely, yeah. And Boyd Hogan really struggling with that lap traffic. He's got Brian McGreevy up ahead of him now with Nick Kuhn also between himself and Blake Reynolds. There we see Hogan getting into the corner behind McGreevy, having to back up the corner quite a bit because McGreevy is slower than he is on the setup. You can see McGreevy already has rear end damage. You can see just how unstable these cars are as they make a nose-to-tail contact on the front straightaway. This left-hand offset is really throwing off these drivers, and wow, Boyd Hogan, that's as close as you can get making that pass.
So Hogan gets by, and the next car he'll have ahead of him is Nick Kuhn. Nick Kuhn, one of the drivers wearing or adorn a Sarge's Place paint scheme. And Adam, we kind of glossed over that a little bit in the intro here. Could you explain a bit more about how this charity works for the major series?
Absolutely. So they have pre-qualifying in the majors, which means they do the qualifying before they take to the race session tonight. So they do it during the week. And if you set a qualifying time that you don't think is representative or you just want to go again, you pay a couple, I think it's $5 towards the charity of choice for that week. It's given to the series organizers, and at the end of the week, they'll tally up the total and give that money towards the charity of choice for that week. And this week, it's Sarge's Place.
And again, if you'd like to, or if you're able to donate towards and help out a good cause, we have a link to Sarge's Place in the description of this YouTube video. And Nick Kuhn running out then 21st place, a lap down right now. 18 cars left on the lead lap as we have been green from the start. We've picked up another battle on screen here.
Same battle we've been watching, Eric Smith, Travis Warling, and Andrew Waring. As you can see, Travis Warling starting to pull away from Waring. A little bit of contact to the outside wall there, going through 3 and 4, but back onto the straightaway. Andrew Waring and Travis Warling chasing down Eric Smith up ahead. Eric Smith with some contact to both sides of that machine, seeming to even out. But they're getting higher and higher through these corners, DJ. I think they're using that cushion to try and gain speed. But look at this, a great run from Waring off of 1 and 2.
Yeah, it's a good run. I don't think he's going to try to fully press his advantage, and indeed he doesn't, going through 3 and 4. Yeah, there he goes. Maybe a little bit of a checkup, but he tries to dime it off the corner. Oh, we've got a yellow.
And I believe it's Jason Enrique. It is. Jason Enrique and Rob Powers. Jason Enrique in the Forge machine just got loose off the corner and spins in front of Rob Powers, who makes contact.
Yeah, and Rob Powers did have a slightly newer tire. Oh, actually, yeah, so Powers actually was a little bit of an innocent victim in this. You'll see it in a couple of moments here. I think it happens coming out of turn 4. But Enrique loses it halfway down the front straight, which is something I think we saw out of another Ford racing car earlier on. And Powers was caught off guard and went into the back of him.
Yeah, there you see a little contact there mid-corner for that 217 Forge machine. Again, that just prolonged tank slapper going down the front stretch that sends him around. And as you said, Sam, just an absolute passenger for both cars.
So biggest winner out of this caution is going to be Christian Challoner, up to 8th position, just with all of his run that he has made, and now he's going to be able to jump into the pits, get fresh tires, and be right on par with all those drivers up ahead of him. Warling, and Eric Smith just up ahead of him, but into the pits very quickly is Blake Reynolds and Boyd Hogan.
Yeah, the good news for Blake Reynolds here is because there were lap cars in between himself and the rest of the leaders, he actually has about a 10-car lengths lead over Boyd Hogan as he comes into the pits. This obviously isn't a quickie caution, so they're going to bring just the lead lap cars down this time. All the leaders have hit their pit stalls perfectly. And there you can see Blake Reynolds is the one at the front of your screen. He wasn't the pole sitter, so he doesn't get the first pit box, but I'm pretty sure this is going to be an easy win off of pit road as they take tire set number 2 of 11 that they have here today.
Indeed they do. I did notice in the back, Joshua Chin missed his markers ever so slightly, had to reverse in, so that will cost him a little bit of time. Ooh, good race off the line there for 2 of the Forge Racing drivers. I believe that was Walker and Morton.
That's right, and looks like Morton is going to get that position. That was very close between the two of them. So Jessup Morton in 4th, Walker in 5th, Eric Smith 6th, Warling 7th, and Christian Challoner in 8th position.
Lap cars now making their way into the pits. We're going to take a quick break here. We will be back for the restart here on the GSRC. Well, because of the way the leaders were spread out coming into the pits, it looks like leaders will go back to green in the same order they came in, with Blake Reynolds having control of the field in the number 66 machine. Our first caution of a race here after about 50 laps of racing in the Southern 500 at Darlington Raceway. Blake Reynolds is already on the loud pedal, and the green flag is waving here at Darlington Raceway as we go back to racing.
32 of Eric Smith back in 5th position, got a very squirrely restart as Blake Reynolds and Boyd Hogan get off to a good start. Justin Morton pulls up ahead of his teammate James Walker. Eric Smith under heavy pressure from Christian Challoner, who's looking to the low side. Travis Warling almost into the wall, coming off the corner, but they're going to be single file, and James Walker holding up everybody. Eric Smith and Christian Challoner look to the low side.
Yeah, Challoner has already worked his way up from 23rd to 7th. He's trying to make quick work here, but DJ on the restart, while the cars are bunched together, they gained a few more positions.
Oh, contact between the two of them.
I was about to say there, Sam and Adam, I thought the Challoner was maybe going to get a run on the outside on Eric Smith, but Smith trying to be a little bit cagey and move up the track to block him. Challoner now may have his blood up a little bit. He's got a good run off of turn 2. Starts to try to do it as Andrew Waring sets the fastest lap of the race.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what happened to Andrew Warren. He was quite far back of the pack when we went back to green there. But here we go. We continue to watch Challoner trying to make a move.
Challoner down to that low side in the 6th position, trying to make the pass on Eric Smith. He's going to be able to get it done. Says, hey, Smith, didn't exactly like that very much. I'm just going to get by you. You don't have to worry about that. But as you said, Andrew Waring back to 16th position, so not quite sure why his pit stop was quite so long. It was 1 minute and 1 second, so possibly speeding on pit lane for Andrew Waring. We've also had Joshua Chin, who also had a similar penalty on pit road. He's got 1 minute and 3 seconds, so unfortunate for both of those drivers, but still single file, 1 through 5.
Yeah, 16 cars on the lead lap right now, and that's where Andrew Warren is running, is in 16th place. But if you go a lap down, you get back to 28th, and then we have 3 cars multiple laps down. But right now, the action's up front, because Hogan has gotten a good run on Blake Reynolds, and he's looking to the inside for the lead entering turn 3.
Well, and it's not only Hogan, that's Challoner down to the inside of the 91 of James Walker trying to get it to work as well. They're going to be looking like a 5 on a dice as they come down the main straightaway, start to go back single file. Challoner gets ahead of Walker, so move that machine up to P4, and that's going to be a real concern here to Morton, Hogan, and Reynolds, seeing that iRacing livery closing in on them.
Blake Reynolds was able to hold off a challenge of Hogan, who tried to make inside work. I think the outside is definitely the passing lane around here. The Challoner is trying his best to prove me wrong by trying to make a move on the inside of Morton as they go down the front straight, but he's going to duck in, fill in that hole in 4th place as James Walker continues to watch on from 5th position. Let's see if Hogan, I think Hogan knows that Challoner's coming, and that's why he's probably in a hurry here to try and get the lead. Here we go, Challoner trying to look for 3rd place on Morton again, but again, I think as the tyres start to get a bit worn, this low line might not work as well.
Challoner using all that yellow lane that he can. Boyd Hogan with a good run on Blake Reynolds. Blake Reynolds can't do much with it on the high side. He's got to set it deep into the corner, but Boyd Hogan covers him off going into the corner. Challoner can't get anything done on that low side. Boyd Hogan, a little bit of a slip entering 1 and 2.
So that's the second pass on track we've seen for the lead today. Morton was your pole sitter, led the early part until about lap 17, and then Reynolds took over, and here we are, lap 60 now. Boyd Hogan, apologies, has taken the top position. I wouldn't be surprised if the next lead change we see is with Christian Challoner taking over, but it might take him a few laps to get there because he's got a couple of cars separating him from the race lead right now.
He certainly has, but the one thing we have seen from Christian over the course of this race is a perfect blend of aggression and patience. And speaking of a little bit of that aggression, diving down again to that low side on Justin Morton. Morton, though, carrying momentum well, blunting a little bit of the progress of Challoner, and now it looks like James Walker, not exactly out of the picture. He's starting to close up behind Challoner as well, so this may not be as cut and dry as we thought it was.
Christian has seen more Forge cars than anybody in this race, and so he's got to know that that setup is going to start to wear off. Oh, Boyd Hogan, very loose off of the corner. He almost lost it in first place, but fortunately, he's able to regain it control and keep going. But Christian Challoner has seen more Forge racers than anyone else in this race, passing, 19 vehicles so far this race. So he's going to know that that Forge car is going to wear out. So he just needs to hang back a little bit and wait until Justin Morton's setup starts to go away from him, that he can make the pass quite easily.
All 31 cars still in the race. Here's where Hogan got close to knocking the wall down out of turn 2 last lap. I think the way he kind of swerved on down the back straight, he probably had a lot of wheel in the car because he got very close to the wall exiting turn 2 last lap around. Whatever happened, he did it a lot better this time around and continues to hold on to a lead of about half a second over Blake Reynolds, who's still holding his own well in second. Approaching lap 67 here, which means only 300 laps left to go. It gives you an idea of just how much of an endurance race the Southern 500 really is.
Well, and we were talking about it a little bit over break. Remember, guys, that this is going to turn into a night race as the time goes along. We're sitting here at about 6:12 virtual standard.
Oh, we got contact. Mark Stevenson and another car. They keep going.
Well, that's going to save him there.
Ryan Steele. Ryan Steele, I apologize, was the other car.
But as I was saying, as we check back in on the front, when this race turns into a night race, we may see some of the cars that were doing well here in this fading light start to struggle a little bit as the track cools down. It'll be something we have to keep our eyes on.
So looking at this, Boyd Hogan actually pulling a little bit of a gap over Blake Reynolds. The question is he using up too much of his stuff? I see Justin Morton taking it very deep into the corners as well in third position. Christian Challenger trying to diamond off 1 and 2 there, and then he does a little bit of a smoother ride through 3 and 4 on that high line. So a lot of drivers working very different here.
Christian Challenger definitely has his front bumper right on the back bumper of Justin Morton now, so I think he might be thinking about trying to make a move for third place. The way he made the move for fourth place, the way Hogan made the move for the lead for the fourth place was coming off the exit of a turn. He was able to get a nice run going down on the low line. I wonder if Challenger's going to try and pull something similar on Morton here.
Well, he may have a good chance, Sam, as Morton got up into the wall a little bit, coming through 3 and 4. So I think that may have given Christian a little bit of an opportunity riding that high line, scaring him off a little bit.
Oh, he's got a good run this time. He's going to duck down to the low side. Justin Morton was loose all the way through 1 and 2 that time around, and Morton's just going to back off and let Christian have it. I don't think he's got the car to challenge Christian right now. Christian using a little bit more of that right rear tire on that pass to make sure he can stay in touch with Blake Reynolds and Boyd Hogan ahead. Christian Challenger up to third position from 23rd at the beginning of this race.
Yeah, very nice race by him so far. So we see Ford racing cars and yellow.
Jason Enrique is around on the stripe.
Same car who brought out the first caution, so Enrique not having a good time here in the number 207 machine. He was running 1 lap down. Let's see how badly damaged he got here.
He gets up into the marbles actually through 3 and 4, and then almost makes contact with the 17, and then clips the 336 there of Travis Warling, I believe, and sends both of them around.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be some damage on Warling, who was having a pretty up and down race up to this point. But now here comes the real question, guys. About 19 laps or so since the last pit stop. Do you risk taking another one here, or do you stay out and get that track position?
Oh, man, I don't know, Sam. I mean, you have the tires to do it, but if this becomes one of those stints where you're doing a lot of cautions, this could be a problem. But it looks like Boyd, Blake, and Christian are all coming in, and a lot of the Forge folks deciding to stay out. But I mean, these 3 drivers at the front are absolutely your oval specialists. So Forge staying out on track, a lot of other drivers deciding to come in and take some tires and fuel.
Yeah, I think I would have opted to stay out on track, but normally I'm a back marker, so my...
Fuel only... Oh, never mind. I was going to say fuel only for Christian Challenger, just as crew took a little bit to get around the box.
It's a possibility. We might see some fuel onlys. We might see some 2 tires. I think Hogan's doing... Is he doing rear tires only? I'm sorry, my monitor must be a bad angle. Yeah, no, he's not doing that. That would be silly.
No, but that was definitely fuel only for, I believe it's the 96 of Boyd Hogan, so... No, Blake Reynolds took fuel only in the 66, so Blake Reynolds will jump back into 5th position.
Now, I should imagine since we have had a lot of leaders stay out here, all of our lapped cars will come in because no one's really in position to get a wave around.
That should be the case, unless the leaders decide to come to the pits with the lapped cars. And doesn't look like they're indicating that, so it looks like most of our lap cars have taken to the pit lane. Justin Morton and James Walker are staying in position. Jason Wallet, unfortunately, stayed out, so he's going to be taken to the back of the pack. Well, this thing's interesting.
Yeah, this is certainly going to be an interesting restart here. We got about 3 or 4 cars, I think, on old tyres, and they're going to be a bit like moving chicanes.
Yeah, exactly, Sam, and especially with as twitchy, frankly, as we've seen those Forge cars being, I gotta think if they try to stretch this out on those same set of tires, that's really gonna hurt them.
So first driver on fresh tires is going to be Boyd Hogan in 6th. Blake Reynolds and Eric Smith in 4th and 5th did not take tires. Then Justin Morton, James Walker, and Wayne Hutchison did not pit. So we have quite a bit of strategy difference for all of these drivers.
Yeah, the thing that throws me off here, even though we've talked about the Ford Racing team maybe having a questionable setup for some of the drivers, Justin Morton and James Walker have been running in 4th and 5th place. It's not exactly like this was a strategy risk they needed to take. By the way, as they go by the camera here, you'll hear them revving really high. I think they're fuel burning just to lighten the load of the car because they know their run is really going to be limited on when their tires fall off as opposed to when they run out of fuel.
Yeah, it's a good call, Sam. And as we get ready to go green here again, going too wide, maybe we'll see a little bit of team tactics here. Walker playing a little bit of rear gunner for Justin Morton as they try to hold off that onslaught of freshly shod cars behind them.
It's going to be a really hard hold off for them to do, though, Sam. I mean, fresh tires and... I mean, I know that James and Justin have been looking better in those Forge machines, but they've been looking a little bit loose compared to the other Forge drivers that have looked tight. So it's going to be very fascinating here.
Yeah, the other part that's going to be interesting here, of course, is the initial launch on the restart. They have some 20 laps on those tyres, and if they spin the rear tyres, that could definitely make things interesting at the front of the field. We'll see Justin Morton. He led this field to pole at the start of this race. He's going to lead them away again this time, and a nice restart by our leaders. But let's see how long they can hold on to it.
So Justin Martin and James Walker up there ahead, and wow, the 17 of Wayne Hutchison absolutely roadblock there, and 3 wide for them as they come through the corner. Christian Chowder could barely hang on to it down on the apron. He was on the transition, and he's now getting past. He's all the way back down to 11th.
Yeah, I think Challoner went to the apron to try and make a move on all the traffic in front of him, and it kind of backfired against him massively.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. He got a little bit checked up by the 17 of Wayne Hutchinson and just had to dive it back down onto that apron, and he got absolutely just a train run on him there. But as we continue to watch, that is the 97 of Walker already falling down the field, and now Morton under assault. Walker under more assault there from Travis Waring.
Fresh Tires wins the day. Blake Reynolds up to the lead of this race with Boyd Hogan. A nice run on the bottom, though. He might challenge Blake. But going into the next corner, Blake Reynolds' Fresh Tires should take him to about half a second gap by the time they exit.
We've got a yellow.
The third caution.
And this is the 53 of Mark Stevenson. Mark Stevenson got into the back of Brian Barnes, trying to split Lynn Kinchlow and Brian Barnes.
Yeah, they all kept it. I'm actually a little surprised we got caution from that. 3
Forge cars taking damage from that, and this is the 3rd caution that involved a Forge car.
That Forge setup really not playing well here. There you see it, and Yatito just nowhere to go into the back of his teammate. Very, very tough break there for the 888.
Yeah, third caution of the day. I was a little surprised we got a caution. Obviously, it was ugly. There were cars bouncing off each other, but we never really had any cars spin around. But there we go, iRacing threw the yellow out. I don't think it plays to the advantage of the cars that hadn't pit yet, because we only ran a couple of laps. So, they're kind of committed to the strategy of staying out here, I think, for a little bit longer.
I mean, I'd come in. You're only going to lose, you're going to go down to 15th-ish. It's not much to lose, quite frankly, and that puts you in a position where you're not going to get lapped in the middle of this next run if it goes green. I would come in and get those tires and have a little bit of tire advantage on the guys who just did that restart, especially with how scrappy it was, and possibly be able to climb your way back up to 5th or 6th by the time you hit the next pit stop. If you get another caution, all the bets are off again, but these drivers can make really good fuel mileage under the caution, and they're not wearing out their tires. What they are doing is putting them through heat cycles, DJ.
Yeah, indeed, and those heat cycles will wear that tires down a little bit more. Forge drivers of Morton and Walker choosing to stay out here, so they are just trying to hold on for dear life if they can. Now going to be crossing over 27 laps on those tires. Got to be hoping for another yellow here, probably in about 20 or so laps, and hope that the rest of the field comes in with them so they can get back on cycle.
David Hall was the driver you saw going by, getting the wave around there. That will put us up to 18 cars still on the lead lap, as we're working lap 78 of lap 367. This is round 10 of a major series, Southern 500-mile race here at the Lady in Black Darlington Raceway. Definitely one of the trickiest circuits on iRacing, in NASCAR, really just one of the trickiest circuits, period, and it's proven it right now, as we've had 3 cautions within the last 25 laps. Our first 50 laps went caution free, but now we've got a little bit of yellow fever here, which, to be honest, was anticipated, I think, at some point during this race, but hopefully they'll get things cleared up here. We'll get some more laps under green and see which of these strategies is going to play out the best in the long run.
I'd like to note that Jason Wallet started as the first car a lap down. He's down to the 6th car a lap down. Wayne Hutchison, and he also didn't pit, must note. Wayne Hutchison also did not take a pit stop last time. He was on the lead lap, started in 3rd, back down to 10th position. So Justin Morton and James Walker are the furthest up of those who did not take pit stops, and they're down in 4th and 5th positions.
Yeah, and I think all 31 cars are still running. 31st and last right now is Rob Powers. He is taking an extended pit stop. I don't know if he's just finishing up optional repairs or if he's going to be our first driver to call it a day. 5 laps down now. Well, the pace car lights are off.
It looks like we're going to go around again.
Yep, Blake Reynolds will be leading them back to green. I still hear the field revving very high. A lot of them, trying to burn off this fuel. I guess they really aren't too concerned with fuel strategy right now. They'd rather have a light racing car. They've got to manage their engine temperatures when they're doing that under caution, I'm sure.
We're going around again because Mark Stevenson was not in position. He was told to wave past.
Well, the lights are off.
Here we go.
Blake Reynolds hits the loud pedal, gets out to a nice jump. Let's see if Hogan tries to challenge him for that position. No, we know he's been wanting that lead.
Remember that Boyd Hogan did not take tires on his pit stop, so it was fuel only for him. So he's more or less on the same tires that Justin Morton and James Walker are. But Justin Morton got a much better restart than Walker. But Eric Smith now putting pressure on Justin Morton, and Joshua Chin almost taking it 3 wide. But Justin Morton up on the high side. Look at those new tires fly by him.
Yeah, big time. That's a mega move there for both Chin and Smith, moving their way by. And Joshua Chin not done yet, keeping to the inside of Eric Smith. He's going to fly on by now into the corner, able to gather it back up and not run too high into the wall. So move Joshua Chin up into 4th position. He'll now set his eyes on Travis Warling ahead of him.
Yeah, Hogan's doing a great job considering he's on those older tires you speak about. In fact, he's still challenging Reynolds for the lead. He's going to take it. Or at least he gets alongside him going down the front straight.
Goes between Hogan and Reynolds. Reynolds is going to try and use that extra fresh tires up on the high side, but as he does this, he's burning off those tires more and more. Look at that, Hogan ducking down back inside. Travis Warling now in third position. Great run from him. He's been able to stay out of trouble. He's now moved himself into the third position. He's trying to make his way past Hogan. We'll see how long these tires last for him. Oh, look at this. Reynolds a little bit slow through the corner. Hogan held up. Here comes Warling. He's going to go for the lead.
Yeah, so Warling going to try and make inside work. Let's see what Hogan...
Oh, Reynolds is pushed into the corner, almost loses it, and has to barely catch it on the high side.
A lot of talent there by Reynolds, able to keep it off the wall, and Hogan able to use the hard line to get second place back right now. I had to go back and watch Hogan's pit stop again. He did take tyres, so that would explain why he's got such a good pace up here.
Well, and look at him coming into fruition there. Hogan getting a great run off of the line through 3 and 4. Almost looks like a little bit of a bump draft there, but he's going to check back up. Joshua Chin got checked up on the previous lap as well, so he's going to have to kind of regather himself a little bit. All of your leaders running that high side. Chin looking a little bit lower, just trying to find an advantage if he can.
And you're right, Sam. I've got my names all mixed up. It was Blake Reynolds who didn't take tires, and he's currently in the lead of this race. So that's exactly why we're seeing that. Here comes Boyd Hogan diving down to the low side. He's going to try and make the pass on Blake and make it look easy. Also, Travis Worley being challenged by Joshua Chin on the low side, and Travis is going to back off and let Joshua move. So all the top 4 positions have swapped around.
Yeah, well, the clean air was helping Blake Reynolds out there then with that top position, but now he's lost that top position, and I wouldn't be surprised on those older tyres if he's about to get free trained by Joshua Chin and co. Let's see, Chin hasn't made his move yet. Here he comes, coming off of turn 4. Pretty much an identical move to what Hogan did a lap ago. I think that is the preferred move from our leaders right now. I've seen a few people make it happen there coming out with turn 4.
Yeah, that seems to be one of the preferred lines, but these guys have got company in the form.
Whirling in the wall. Whirling hits the outside wall. We saw it on screen. He's able to keep going, but that was close, DJ.
It was very, very close, but you can see there that the 43 and Christian Challoner now joining into this fight, so that's not going to be good news for them. Andrew Warring starting to take a piece as well. That's going to be Warling able to keep ahead for now of Blake Reynolds. Challoner and Kirby going side by side. Kirby letting Challoner by as they dive into one.
And things calm down temporarily. Meanwhile, Hogan has broken out to a second lead over Joshua Chin, who's put about a second over Warling and the rest of the field.
Yeah, and as you said, Sam, DJ now, Blake Reynolds now starting to just be freight trained by the field at this point. Just cannot keep the pace up once that clean air is off of his nose. He's just dropping back. 6th place now. Andrew Warring challenging him behind, as well as Steve Driscoll, both of those guys in their beautiful green machines.
Well, the complexion of the race up front has definitely changed for now. While we've seen Reynolds and Morton mixing it up front now, they're on the less tyre strategy, saving their tyres for later on in the race. We'll see if it pays off for them in the long run, but it means up front we now have Chin and Warling, so the order has changed around a bit. Again, we still have 18 cars on the lead lap. 1 lap down goes all the way back to 27th though, so still a lot of cars who can fight their way up into this race if the cautions fall at the right time.
Indeed, as we watch there, Steve Driscoll trying to fight with Blake Reynolds a little bit. Reynolds being very feisty around the outside. Good dive there for Driscoll. He's going to be able to pull alongside, and that's the 88 of Jason Brophy working his way forward. Now, those 2 drivers in particular are 2 of our big movers. Brophy up 24, or Brophy up 13, Driscoll up 24. There you see Brophy backing off a little bit.
Joshua Chin up to 2nd place from 28th, as well as falling off the back of Boyd Hogan for the lead. Travis Worling back by about 1.5 seconds and being challenged by Christian Challoner. So Christian Challoner trying to make his way back up into 3rd after getting caught out during that last caution.
Making a note about Steve Driscoll as we pick up a battle on track here of Challoner trying to take 3rd place away from Warling. Challoner was one of the drivers who started towards the back as well in 23rd place. But Steve Driscoll started 31st, and that's because he didn't qualify because he had been upgrading his iRacing equipment. It's obviously worked out all right for him to go from 31st to 7th so far.
Yeah, exactly, Sam. And that may be my excuse for why I've been doing so badly here recently, is that I need to upgrade my rig if this is what Driscoll's been able to do and move his way forward as we've seen it. Keeping our eyes focused here, though. Challoner getting a good run off of that corner, but not quite enough to fully close into Warling. I think at this point, Challoner's relatively content to be in this top 5, just right around. He's going to wait for an opportunity to present itself and push if he gets the chance, but no reason to go too crazy thus far.
So here's a question for you, DJ. How long can Justin Morton and James Walker go on fuel? Remember, they have not pit since since the first pit stop of the race. So they've gone 42 laps on this set, and they're still going. So those two drivers in the Forge machines that have not taken that second pit stop may be in trouble.
They may indeed, Adam. Doing the quick math here, which is always something scary for me. My guess is they're probably going to have to come in around lap 115 or so is about what I'm thinking that their max is going to be. Remember, we thought the fuel cycle would be about 60 laps. Now, they are in the midst of the pack, so they will be able to lift and coast and maybe save a few, but they're going to be coming up against it here, and that could be a real problem. If they've got to make a green flag stop, that could absolutely wreck their race.
Just saw Challoner make the move for 3rd position there. So now that Challoner has a bit of clean air, what can he do in that number 78 iRacing machine? Well, number 78 on the car, but on your timing and scoring on the left-hand side, iRacing registers it as a number 1 car. But I think it doesn't matter what number Challoner has on this car. It's very easy to recognize him. He's the car going to the front.
Absolutely. Christian Challoner wearing the number 1 in the series because he was the championship leader and elected to take that number on for this race. There you see the 78 on the side of that iRacing machine. But he's got that clear air and started to pull away a little bit from Warling, but Warling with the draft able to hang with him a little bit. Justin Kirby and Andrew Waring tucked in behind him. I think that pass took a little bit longer than Christian wanted it to. And look at this, Kirby with a decent look off the corner has to back out of it. This might give an opportunity to Waring if he wants it, but Waring's going to back out and save a little bit of fuel himself as they cross the stripe entering lap 97.
Joshua Trinh is closing in on Boyd Hogan for the lead, and there we see it at the front of your picture right there. So it'll be interesting to keep an eye on this, especially as they're starting to catch lap traffic once again.
Yeah, for sure. Well, we saw that play a little bit of havoc with our leaders up front, but Chin will at least be comforted by the fact that he has that about 2.7 second advantage over Challoner, so he'll just be able to keep his eyes focused up forward. A little bit of a sketchy entry there for Chin, but he's able to gather it back up and keep going nice and easy here, holding that gap to Boyd Hogan at about a half a second.
Now, I should imagine Trinh might like to try and catch Hogan and pass him before they get into the thick of lap traffic, because sometimes it can be difficult to make passes in lap traffic around here at Darlington. You actually run a bigger risk of getting held up by a car that lets the leader by, but not necessarily let you by.
That's definitely the case, and Boyd Hogan starting to size up the lap traffic. What's going to be up ahead of him? It's Brian Barnes and Jason Enrique. Remember, Jason Enrique involved in 2 of the wrecks, and we've had a side-by-side between the 2 Evolve Sports teammates. That's Steve Driscoll and Andrew Waring. So Waring falling back to Driscoll, and Brophy now on the back of these guys as well.
Yeah, teammates, so I don't think Warren was going to put up too much of a fight there after he came off turn 2 a little bit slow. Here we are on board Jason Brophy at the caboose of this train. Maybe he'd like to put Warren to the back of that train.
Yeah, certainly would. And remember, Brophy is a pretty experienced oval driver. If you remember to that great battle he and Joshua Trinh had to the line of the Indianapolis 500 this year. So I think he's being a little bit patient. He's been able to run some very, very good lap times. He's got a very, very low high time, so just kind of biding his way through here. These leaders, the guys who came in on cycle, they're halfway through the stint at this point, so those tires really starting to wear and just making sure they know how it feels.
leaders have caught a little bit of lap traffic. All 31 cars, by the way, still in the race. I was a little worried about Rob Powers for a moment under the last caution, but he has gotten back out on track, albeit 7 laps down. These cars in 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th holding station for now. But as you mentioned, we're starting to get halfway through the stint for the cars that pitted under the second caution. And that might mean we start to see these cars sliding around a little bit more. And we remember that ended in disaster earlier on.
Absolutely. And halfway through the stint is when these cars are as tight as they're going to get, then they'll start getting loose, and we're starting to see the looseness from Eric Smith up there in the 32. Eric was up there battling for 4th and 5th earlier in this stint, but just got shuffled out of that large pack earlier on. So now way back in the field, and you can see just how loose he's getting as we ride on board with Jeff Schmeyer trying to catch him. Jeff Schmeyer looks like he's a little tight off the corner.
Yeah, the battle for 5th place, we might want to go back to that because they've caught a couple of lap cars here, and I'm wondering if things are going to get a bit mixed up as they go down the front straight. So that's Kirby leading that. Actually, it's a pack for 4th place now because Wallen's not too far in front of them.
No, he's not. And I was taking a look at Andrew Waring, who got very squirrely coming around Jason Enrique there as we watch the 43 of Justin Kirby leading a little bit of this train. That is the 90, as you said, of Warling up front. So it can certainly all come together here. Now, they are clear for the moment of a little bit lap traffic, but up the road, they will start to encounter more.
So for those of you wondering why we keep saying halfway through the pit cycle, these guys are just over 34, 35 laps into this pit cycle for them. And if you split the race down into sections, you split 360 by 60, that's about 6 sections, and add 7 laps to that. Now, the last time these guys pit was lap 70, so if they do 60 lap stints from here to the end of the race, they'll make it with 3 laps to spare of fuel, which is exactly why we're talking about those pit strategies.
All things these drivers will have to consider. Many of them, I'm sure, have spotters or teammates in Discord to kind of help them out with that kind of mathematics. Obviously, I'm sure we'll get a few more cautions between now and the end of a race, which will throw a few more curveballs into the whole strategy thing. So this also indicates that Christian Challoner hasn't really pulled away from the pack for 4th place. He's only half a second still ahead of Wallin in 4th position and still about 4 seconds back of Joshua Chin in 2nd. So right now the top 2 are in a bit of a class of their own.
Oh, Eric Smith has hit the outside wall once again. This is off of 3 and 4, and he was loose all the way through the corner. Oh man, this one's tough. He actually manages to save it. Look at him wiggle that wheel there.
It's that same problem we've seen from a lot of those Forge drivers coming off of the turn 4. Seem very nearly getting up into the wall there. Comes off. Oh, that tank slapper just all the way down the straight and able to catch it very, very luckily. That is some great wheelsmanship from Eric Smith.
And some may say that maybe they have a setup that will be dialed in a bit better when we go into night and the track cools down, the sun sets on this racetrack. But the problem is, if you knock a wall down too many times, it doesn't matter what setup you put in the car. It's not going to handle well.
6:40 p.m. this September 5th in virtual standard time for these drivers. So definitely a little bit later on in the year, just about 2 weeks from now. And look at that, the 85-degree track temperature is dying down. An easterly wind at 3 miles an hour is going to affect these guys that much, but at 39% humidity means there's not as much grip in the rubber that they're laying down over the course of those races. It would be in the high 50s or 60s.
September 5th, 2021. That'll be an interesting day. I'll be my last day in my 20s. Random factoid you all learned about me. Go ahead, DJ.
I was going to say, enjoy it while you can, Sam. It's a weird thing hitting that 3-0. As we've got some lap traffic there. That is, I believe, Ryan Steele. They're working their way around our leaders. Whoa, really getting very spicy. That's the 88 drifted up the track a little bit. Almost caught him.
And Blake Reynolds has come back into this fight. Blake Reynolds in 6th position. He's the driver who did not take tires on his pit stop, and that has seemed to equalize out. He's now making his way past Waring. Remember, Reynolds, his way up to the lead was slow in the first stint. It was in that last half of the stint where he gained all of his positions. So Blake Reynolds passed Andrew Waring up into 8th position, and now starting his march towards the front.
It shows you how talented this field is, as those leaders lapped Ryan still there. You saw how beaten Balladay's car was. He's only 2 laps down. He's in 27th position, but that's definitely not insurmountable over the long haul. So still a lot of drivers who could end up with good finishes today. A lot of racing still left to go here at Darlington. So Ryan's still doing a good job of keeping out the way of the leaders while still remaining competitive, albeit in 27th place.
Exactly, and it's the kind of competitive nature and also good sportsmanship we've come to expect out of the majors. Now, I do want to point out that Justin Morton and James Walker, remember, those are the guys that did not come in on that last cycle, as well as Wayne Hutchinson. They've officially reached 60 laps on that tank of fuel. Now, we've run under yellow for a little bit during that time, so I would expect them to be able to stretch out here to maybe 64, 65 laps, but they are running into the massive danger zone. Look for them to dive into the pits here shortly.
That's Jason Brophy, who got passed by Blake Reynolds for the 7th position that we saw on screen. So as those Forge Racing drivers are contemplating their next pit stop, these guys still have about 15 to 20 laps to go before they hit theirs. Oh, Driscoll.
Yeah, well, Driscoll, but also Andrew Warren. If Driscoll gets a 5 for his moment there, Andrew Warren gets an 8. He had a big moment on the back straight that he, on the front straight rather, that he was able to catch pretty much right at the same time.
As his teammates. So teammates in similar setups at similar stages in the run having similar symptoms. I mean, this is something that we've seen for years in the NASCAR series, and that's what we're seeing here in this open setup race for Darlington. And wow, he's just going to let those 2 guys go by. He's realizing that he's just trying to survive this stint right now.
Yeah, and these drivers who did pit under the second caution, their fuel window is probably going to take them about another 20 or so laps. So they're fairly deep into their fuel, into their stint as well, but they're not right on top of their pit stop like the likes of Reynolds are.
DJ, I thought Reynolds had a run there on Kirby, but just got a little bit loose off the corner and couldn't get by.
Yeah, just wasn't able to get it. May have a little bit of one here, though. Looking to the inside. No, he's going to drift up the track, and that may open him up a little bit to Steve Driscoll behind, who's looking a little bit racy as well. But here comes Reynolds again, down to the inside of Kirby. He's got the line. He's going to drift up a little bit, show him that rear wing, and that should put Reynolds ahead.
Well, this is a real nice race, actually, by Reynolds. He's been able... Oh, it's a big side and into the wall there. This might not be over.
Oh, he's going around. This is going to be a caution.
And he's collected Warren.
No caution yet.
Not yet. The cars... and there we go. So Warren... So that started all the way, and Kirby's still struggling for control. That car's probably picked up marbles and everything from the apron. So I saw this off of a bumper cam of a car in front that Kirby just never really caught the car that well down the front straight, and then he finally kept bouncing off a wall a couple of times, comes down, gets a tap from the 51, still trying to save it, and eventually Warren gets into him hard.
And this is when that lesson about locking your tires and just going into the infield. I mean, I'm sure that Andrew Waring would have loved it if Justin Kirby would have just accepted that that was going to happen, because by trying to save it, he came back up into the track and ran into Waring. But at the same time, Waring was watching Kirby trying to recover from this thing and kept his foot in it the whole way down the back straight.
Well, I've got to give some preference there to Waring. That's what you've got to do sometimes in those situations. Just absolutely keep playing and try to aim where the car is at the moment and hope it gets out of the way.
Well, our leaders are all coming into the pits, and of course that's great news for Blake Reynolds. He's been able to hold on to 5th place while using a lesser set of tyres than his competitors. Likewise for the Ford Racing teammates that we saw pit, they're a bit further back in the order though, so I think I like this I like how Reynolds has been able to play this a little bit more just because he was able to hold on to his track position. Brad Hogan came into the pits with the lead. I'm assuming everyone's taking 4 tires here and he should win the race out of pit road. I say should, he might not necessarily, but he will. Is that Challoner now taking second?
Yes, Challoner with a 14.1 second stop, so he saved about a second on pit lane with a very fast pit crew and a good pit entry and exit, and that's what got him out up there in the 3rd position ahead of Warling. Wow, actually so he'll start off second ahead of Warling. Joshua Chin, 15.3 seconds in the box, 49.9, almost 50 seconds in the lane. That's 2.5 seconds slower than Challoner across pit lane. And Joshua Chin entered the pits in second.
Yeah, so not a good pit cycle for the King of Trins in the number 93 there. I think we have a car electing to try and take a wave around here. Yeah, that's Trent Brown. Now, he's not on the tail end of a lead lap. He's 2 laps down, trying just to be 1 lap down.
Yeah, I think this is a good choice for Trent because, that being said, seems like everyone's come in for pit stops and for tires and fuel, so this means that he's going to, he should be able to get that lap back, but he's going to be way off pace and might be at risk of going down yet another lap because he'll start at the very back of the longest line with his wave around.
So Hogan leading Challoner, leading Warlin, and then Chin will be in 4th place for the restart. So we still have same names up front there, they're just in a little bit of a different order. And Reynolds is going to be restarting 6th, and I'm sure he'll be happy to have fresh tyres back on his machine.
So Justin Morton is back in pit lane now. This is an interesting development. He's taking his fuel and tires now. But I thought he already came into the pits, DJ.
He did. I was keeping an eye on him. He just did a drive through the pits, so I'm not entirely sure what happened, why he did that. It was a little bit confusing there for Justin Morton, but he is back and on his way now, having taken service. So he will be able to stay on the lead lap, thankfully, but he will be at the back of that lead lap in 16th.
His teammate James Walker up in the 10th position as they go double file.
And unfortunately, we do have our first retirement of a race today. Mark Stevenson in the number 53 car. He was involved in the 3rd caution of a race with Brian Barnes, and he is now retired from the event. That takes us down to 30 cars. Still nice to see so many cars in competition at a 3rd race distance. A reminder, there are no free repairs in this series. I think a lot of cars out there are carrying a little bit of damage. Hogan about to lead them back to green on lap 121 of 367. Our 4th caution in the books. Let's hope it's a while until we see the 5th. Everyone's on fresh tires.
Multiple spinners. That's the 30 around.
We stay green.
Jeff Schmeier on the bottom of the track, trying to recover, but still green at the front of the field. Christian Challoner behind Boyd Hogan. Christian really got it spinning. A lot of cars with tire spin here.
Yeah, so there we go. And correction, these drivers do get 1 free repair. So my guess would be that Stevenson burned his way through those. So a big moment because Challoner spun his tires on the restart there. And I thought that things were going to get ugly from the 2nd and 3rd row and all that, but Challoner has actually been able to hold 2nd position, and he's thinking about the lead still.
Indeed, he is. I think that was Jason Brophy you saw there getting a little bit defensive. Challoner just tucking behind Boyd Hogan the best that he can. Joshua Chin holding on in the back there as there's a little bit of action coming in for 4th and 5th, but Challoner just stalking at this point. Not really close enough to make a full move, but seeing if he can force the 96 into something here.
Yeah, it was Jason Brophy who went to the bottom of the track. He's extremely loose right now, and he's just trying to hang on to the car as they get going onto this run. But Joshua Chin under pressure from Travis Worling in fourth. Travis looking to the bottom side as they go into 3 and 4. But look at that. Christian Challoner with a nice run, clipping that bottom apron just a little bit, trying to get a good run off the corner. And he's got a good run to catch up to the back bumper of Boyd Hogan.
It still runs single file as we enter turns 1 and 2. Andrew Warren has retired from the race, so that is now 2 retirements. And that's unfortunate because Warren definitely had pace. Walker
Look at this, Sam.
lap.
Yeah, James Walker in one of the Forge machines. So the 97, the teammate of Justin Morton, who had that trouble earlier on, that Forge car might actually be set up for the nighttime as we thought it was possible.
Well, the track temperature has dropped by about 3 degrees at this point, so certainly starting to cool down, and yeah, that theory starting to prove a little bit accurate. Walker in 8th, we ride on board with the 97.
We got to be there at the end, Sam, but not just be there. These Forge drivers possibly might want to be best at the end, which is why they set up their car the way that they did. If they could survive the sunlight when they get into the nighttime, possibly the faster setup.
Yeah, but I was concerned for a few of them about could they survive at the daytime, because we saw them struggling with handling and knocking the wall down every now and then, and obviously you do get that 1 free repair, but you know that if you use that up early, you might be in for a bit of an eventful night. You'll have to play it a bit more cautious than the rest of your competitors. Make sure you don't knock a wall down anymore. But let's see, maybe they have all survived the daytime, only using 1 free repair, and now they can race it out in the nighttime when the setup works a bit better. However,
Eric Smith, another problem. He blew his engine, so another engine blow up.
it's the second one of those. He's carrying a bit of damage on the nose, so I'm wondering if his engine was overheating a bit.
Could very well be, but this is really turning into a pretty runaway battle here up front. 1st through 8th separated only by 1.3 seconds. Everybody just running line astern here.
Well, so things have finally calmed down a little bit, but that could be a result of them all having fresh tyres. Remember, for the last half of our race, we've had a lot of drivers running on worn tyres and slipping and sliding around, and that's led to a few of the battles we've had. I wonder if we get, as we get deeper into this round and some drivers their tyres start dropping off a cliff, if that will encourage more overtakes towards the end of the run.
So Eric Smith has taken his free repair and is back out on track. He's going to be coming out about 2 laps down. So he's back out on track for sure. But DJ, we're starting to watch that high line around, especially 3 and 4, really starting to come in for these drivers. You can see just how high they are up on the wall. This is where Darlington is just such an amazing track to watch. Just watching these cars absolutely rip it around that wall.
Oh, for sure. It's almost like watching a dirt car trying to tear around Knoxville. Absolutely incredible. There you see it coming out of 3 and 4. And just expect that to get more and more pronounced over the course of the night. As I said, you get that side draft off the wall, and it really helps the car go faster. So drivers really wanted to taking advantage of it, especially on the exit of corners, because that's where you'll get the most speed down those straightaways.
So the caution, the 4th caution that we just finished up a few moments ago, came out on lap 117. The drivers were pitting around lap 120. You add 60 or 65 laps, which was about a full fuel run here. You're getting right to the halfway point of this race. So these drivers, when they finish this run, they're going to be hitting that lap 184 mark or so, which will mark the halfway point of this event. And they're really going to have to start thinking about the end of this race quicker than I'd anticipate, to be honest.
Well, that's not a bad thing for these drivers at all. Now, most of these drivers have been to the pit lane 3 times, each of them taking 3 of their 11 allotted tires in the pits. So that means that they're going to have sets left, which means that they've got, they're almost making it to halfway with 3 sets gone and putting on their 4th set. That means that they've got plenty of sets to spare, like double the sets that they need towards the end of the race, which they can start using if we start getting a little bit caution sickness there. But ooh, look at this. That's Trent Brown, who's a lap down that they're having to navigate here, our lead group.
He's going 2 laps down now. He's running in 22nd position. So 21 cars left a lap down. Oh, Brown really get in the way of second half of a pack. It's not really like he can get out of a way. It's just such a narrow racing groove here at Darlington.
Well, and he is very late into the stint here, 63 laps. He did not hit on the last time out, so that car not only will have to come in here soon, but those tires have got to be absolutely screaming. Nearly avoids the wall there, as that is Abramitis and Walker getting around him now.
That's right, but remember, we saw him get that wave around because he didn't come into the pits under the last caution, and we were questioning that. Well, there you go. We didn't get a caution, and now it's kind of backfired against him. Who's that down there?
That is Jason Brophy going...
No, that's Rob Powers.
Rob Powers,
yeah,
rather.
He's still... I'll give Rob Powers credit. He's picked up 2 positions from cars pulling out of a race.
Yeah, but he's very slow on the bottom of the track, so I'm not sure entirely what's going on. I'll keep investigating.
Yeah, I'm not sure either, but there we keep our eyes focused. Challoner, again, not pressing too hard here. Chin doing the same as well. Everybody running equidistant to each other. I think we've definitely reached the stage of this race where everybody's just calming down a little bit. They want to feel how the track is going to change over the course of this transition in tonight. And they don't want to push too hard and have a chance of the car stepping out on you.
Jason Brophy making a pass on Travis Warling for the 5th position, so Brophy able to get his way back forward after having a not great restart. He's got about 7/10 up to Blake Reynolds. He's got a 1.5 seconds up to our top 3, Boyd Hogan, Christian Challoner, and Joshua Chin, tucked under the blanket of about 0.6 of a second.
Part of me is surprised we haven't seen Challoner lead any of this race yet. He was, coming like a barrel of hell through the field. We thought when he'd get up here, he'd make a quick work of a lead. We've mentioned, though, he's kind of just biding his time. We think maybe conserving his tyres for the long run. But still, here he is in 2nd place. He hasn't put his car up at the point today, but he's very much in position to do so. Just 0.5 seconds back of Hogan, who I must say has been doing a great job from the start of the race. We saw him go from 6th to 5th on the opening lap, worked his way gradually up to the lead, and I don't think he's dropped further back in 2nd ever since he got there.
Well, when it comes to the championship point standings, Christian Challoner doesn't have to worry about Boyd Hogan. Boyd, not even in the top 20 for the America's Pro standings. So Christian Challoner, in essence, is currently leading the races for the championship contenders. Joshua Chin is right behind him, is in 4th, 23 points down, so that's not going to be much of a gain for him. James Walker's the one he has to worry about, and Andrew Waring out of the race, so that's not good for him. But James Walker down in 8th position, so Christian Challoner currently has his championship rivals covered off and just sitting comfortably in 2nd, as Chin not super comfortable in the car himself as he's trying to wrestle his way around. There we see the 97 of James Walker, currently 3rd place rather in the points. He'll be 2nd place coming out of this if he can survive this. Andrew Ward will not score points for this race because he did not make it 3/4 race distance.
And that'll certainly hurt his championship for sure. The other thing to keep in mind with this is how that team's championship is going to flop around a little bit with Walker running up there for Forge Racing. He's the standard bearer for that team at this point, and they are on top of everything right now. Justin Morton looked like he was able to do it, and here comes Walker on a move on Abramitis. He said, I've had enough waiting around, and he gets on by, move him up to 7th.
Well, we're approaching the halfway point of a race in, I don't know, about 20 minutes time. It's a little ways away though. We're in the middle of a stint and it doesn't look like we're going to have a battle for the lead in the short term here, because Hogan is holding about a 1 second lead over Christian Challoner. Working lap 144 of 367 of the Southern 500. We're about to take a quick break here on the GSRC, but stick around and we'll be back to bring you the second half. Gotta love how our last promo there showed some drivers racing on dirt. I'm sure a lot of these drivers feel like they're doing that right now. Hello and welcome back to Darlington Raceway for the Southern 500 here. We're about halfway, or we're approaching halfway through the event here. Round number 10 of the major series. Right now, the number 96 of Boyd Hogan is leading the field by about 1.2 seconds over Blake Reynolds, who has gotten by Christian Challoner. Challoner kind of let him by once he caught him. So, that is the order of things up front. We still have 15 cars on the lead lap, 28 cars, 29 cars in the race.
We're taking a look at James Walker once again, trying to climb his way forward, currently in 7th place. He's chasing down Travis Warling, only about half a second up ahead of him. He's got Tom Abramitis, who's been able to recover well from a couple of hits to the wall himself, tucked in behind him. Riding on board with Walker, who currently is 3rd in the points, trying to get up there and get into the better points-paying positions and work his way into some good points-paying spots. Boyd Hogan has a lot of lap traffic to deal with. He's currently tucked in behind Daniel B. Johnson in 25th position. Blake Reynolds in 2nd spot behind them. Blake Reynolds, the McLaren Shadow Racing team driver, currently trying to gain on Boyd Hogan. He's been absolutely on a tear lately, DJ.
Sorry, I'm going to interrupt you there, DJ. That was Zachary Brown we saw there on the apron going very slow. He's only 1 lap down and he was in 18th position. I don't know if he knocked the wall down recently or something, but he's lost a lot of positions and times over the last couple of laps.
Yeah, indeed he has. I'm going back to check on it right now.
Yeah, he did knock the wall down. You're right, Sam. This was coming out of 3 and 4. We're not going to be able to show it. It was too far back, but he absolutely clobbered it. He's got some significant damage he's nursing.
And bad news there. This is Hogan we're watching going underneath some lap traffic. That's the number 32 of Eric Smith, who was running well earlier, but had an engine problem earlier. We've had some drivers downshift into third gear coming out of turns 3 and 4, and also some drivers carrying a bit of damage on the nose, and neither of those things have worked out well for every driver. Fortunately, he did have one free repair, it looks like, because he's gotten back out there with a fresh engine.
Yeah, exactly. And now as we watch this traffic sort of ebb and flow with our leaders, do want to point out while we were on break, Christian Challoner did let Blake Reynolds by. Just basically said, I'm going to go low, you go high, and let him on by. And then behind him, we've just had a pass for 4th place. Joshua Chin, those tires really falling off the clip here, and Jason Brophy able to get on by him.
Yeah, Josh Chin in P5, he is absolutely on the knife's edge right now. It is so tight through the center of the corner that it's snapping loose on him. And that is the worst position to be in as a driver around Darlington, where you can't get the car turned in, and every time you try and turn the car in, then it ends up snapping the rear end around on you. So he's just absolutely just on a ride right now.
We should definitely give a shout out to Blake Reynolds. I know we've mentioned him a couple of times here, how he's moved back up to 2nd position. He's only 1 second back of Hogan. Let's not forget he's doing this having used a set of tyres less than his competitors, although with the green flag feel of this race right now, I'm not sure how much of an advantage that will prove to be at the end of this race. But he hasn't really been up there in the top 5 ever since he elected to not take tires earlier on at around lap 70 that happened. And here we are about 100 laps later, coming up about 100 laps later, he's worked his way back up into 2nd place. So Blake Reynolds definitely proven to have pace. And for the first half of this race, Hogan and himself, Reynolds, have definitely been the class of the field. Challoner has had pace too, but he hasn't gotten up front yet.
And Blake Reynolds with the Shadow McLaren livery on his front nose. If you don't know much about the Shadow McLaren program, I suggest you go look it up. Pretty cool program that shadows the real-life McLaren Motorsports drivers in the sim, and also supporting Blake Reynolds' run as a pro driver as well. So awesome to see that institution supporting sim racing so strongly.
For sure, we're always loving to see any of those crossovers between real-life racing and sim racing. Reynolds doing a good job here. He's been able to keep that gap just under a second, despite both he and Hogan dealing with a lot of traffic. And I've got to say, Christian Challoner looking to struggle a little bit at this point in the race. You know, he let Blake Reynolds by probably about 20 laps ago or so. He's dropped back 3.5 seconds.
This stint has gone on for so long now that some cars are starting to go a lap down who haven't been a lap down before. Jeff Schmeller is running in 15th place. He's now no longer on the lead lap. Wayne Hutchinson will be the next victim for Boyd Hogan, running in 14th position in the number 17 car, having a clean race. I think if we haven't mentioned you tonight, that's probably a good thing. That probably means you're staying out of trouble. But he might be going a lap down in the not too distant future.
Yeah, and another one who's going to have to watch out for it is Justin Morton, your pole sitter here today. He's back in 13th place. He has 2 cars from going a lap down, and that would be a big blow to that Forge Racing team.
Yeah, Justin doing his best to try and stand that lead lap, but that extra pit stop really hurt him. putting him back in the back of the field for that restart, which is pretty scrambled. And right now, he is just about a straightaway ahead of our leader, Boyd Hogan, 4.2 seconds behind Justin right now. And I mean, this is just not turning out the way that he wanted it to. While his teammate James Walker still holds the fastest lap, Justin Morton falling back very quickly, running 28.8, which is faster than the 4 drivers up ahead of him, but and actually faster than our leader this last time around. But still, he's got a lot of work to do, and probably praying for a caution at this point to get him back in the fight.
Yeah, I think our leader's getting bulked a little bit. You can see he's in traffic here. In fact, I heard him in 3rd gear coming out of turn 4 a couple laps ago, so even our leader playing around with the gearbox as need be. He just hit 3rd gear here, so Boyd Hogan leading the race in front of a pack of field, but having to run in 3rd gear coming out of turn number 4 there.
Yeah, indeed he is. They're going to have to, I would say they would have to be careful about that with the problems that we've seen, but temperatures were falling there for a little bit. We saw track temperature go as low as 82 degrees. It's back up to 84. Air temperature only at about 76 right now, so that'll be relatively decent. I don't think they'll have to worry about too much overheating, but still something that you want to be a little bit careful of. You do not want to run the risk of blowing an engine, especially from the lead of this race.
Reynolds has been able to bring that lead down to less than a second, but now Hogan has cleared the lap traffic and Reynolds has not, so I anticipate that will grow again. Challoner has really dropped off the back of Reynolds. I only just took a look at the time. Look at that, over 5 seconds back now.
He's doing similar lap times to these guys, but he's in clean air compared to Blake and Boyd, who are in the midst of traffic. So Challoner's setup not feeling very good at this transition point from light to darkness. Here's hoping for his sake that his setup is a little bit better once it crosses fully into evening, because right now he just does not seem happy.
Our 3rd retirement of the race, Jason Henrique has pulled out. He was the driver involved in the first 2 cautions, but he had been going around okay since those first 2 cautions, but now he's finally pulled into the pits and became our 3rd retirement along with Andrew Warren and Mark Stevenson.
I do have to say, with all of the wall contact that we've seen around here in that famed Darlington stripe, very surprised and impressed that we've only had those 3 retirements on the day. All the drivers keeping it relatively clean here, especially for a track as notorious as Darlington.
Here's hoping it stays that way, DJ. These cars are getting pretty tough to handle at this point. Mostly tight at this stage in the race. Late on in the European race, I saw that most of the cars were loose. I'm expecting we'll head more in that direction towards the end, but right now, just extremely tight through center off for all of these drivers. And those that know how to make changes in the pit stops, I'm sure they'll be doing that. Boyd Hogan still trying to plug his way around. Blake Reynolds is closing the gap, though. It's down to 0.6 of a second.
Yeah, the problem for the drivers whose handling has gone away, our viewers who have a cognitive clock are probably aware that, hey, aren't we approaching pit stops now? They've been green for a while. Well, yes and no, we are approaching pit stops, but they're still probably about 10 laps away. And if you have an ill-handling race car right now, those 10 laps are gonna seem like an eternity.
They most certainly are, and there it is, one of the first drivers to dive down. We're just hearing Lynn Kinchlow saying he's going to be coming down pit lane right now. Maybe a couple of drivers trying to go for a little bit of an undercut here. The only problem with that is if you go for the undercut and the yellow comes out, you will find yourself a lap or 2 down.
But there are a lot of cars, well, actually only 1 car 1 lap down right now, Wayne Hutchinson. There are a lot of cars 2 and 3 laps down, so even if the strategy doesn't play out for you, you've still got some buddies you can race around with. But yeah, you definitely don't want to get caught out here. 12 cars left on the lead lap at the moment.
Yeah, it seems to be the pattern with Darlington, at least in the recent days. Back in 7th, 8th, and 9th positions, Justin Kirby just now going to the bottom side of James Walker, who got extremely held up as Lynn Kinchlow called his way to pit lane. but unfortunately just was not really in the right spot to enter pit lane.
Oh, we had trouble entering turn 3 there. We just cut away from it on camera. I couldn't see who it was.
Daniel B. Johnson. It was Daniel B. Johnson off the nose of Steve Driscoll. This was in the middle of the straightaway, another one of those strange incidents. There we see everyone's just going straight, and Daniel B. Johnson just gets a lot of wheel spin coming off of the corner and goes across the nose of Steve Driscoll and then ends up going backwards.
Yeah, so Daniel Johnson running 4 laps down in 25th place right now. He's able to continue. Doesn't look like his car got tore up too much, but didn't do, I'm sure it didn't do his tires any good.
Back up to P8, watching James Walker starting to fall backward. He just got passed by Justin Kirby for 7th. Tom Abramatis now putting some pressure onto James Walker. I believe another iRacing employee, Tom Abramatis, putting his long run pace down on the Darlington circuit. Does not want to take it too deep underneath James there into the corner. So he's going to be patient here and try and set up James for a good exit run. And here he goes. That was James Walker getting extremely loose. Tom lifted a little bit, but he's going to look to the bottom side. Is he going to carry it into the corner? Yes, he is. James Walker and Tom side by side. This is very tense stuff. Both of those cars very loose now.
The lead is also starting to get tight as we watch this battle on screen. I can tell you that Reynolds has run down Hogan, and here we are. We've picked them up. Now, I wonder if Reynolds is going to try and make something happen or if he's going to wait out for the pit stops, because I'm sure they're not too far away now.
No, not too far at all. Already seeing guys start to dive down pit lane. We've seen them been able to stretch out to about 62, 63 with those cautions periods. And that in front of them is Justin Morton fighting dearly not to go a lap down.
Hogan did not get a very good run out of turn 4. I was wondering if Reynolds was going to try and make a move down the front straight, but he didn't. He stayed there in 2nd place. It does seem Hogan's car may be tightening up a little bit.
Yeah, and Sam, Lynn Kinchlow is tucked in behind them. Here we go. Boyd Hogan up to the high side. Blake Reynolds to the low side here. But Lynn Kinchlow is behind them on fresh tires. So now we got Justin Morton who's getting lapped. We got Boyd Hogan and Blake Reynolds battling for the lead. And Lynn Kinchlow on fresh tires lapping 2 seconds a lap faster than these guys. All converging on the same place of track.
Yeah, Kinchlow's 5 laps down though, so I'm pretty sure he's aware that he doesn't need to be a part of this battle right now.
And Joshua Chin is our first taker from the lead lap into the pit lane from 7th position as Blake Reynolds goes for the move again on Hogan.
Yeah, but that high side momentum still working out for Hogan, and it's also benefited by the fact that Morton up on the high side is giving a little bit of the draft to him as he comes out of the corner. He's able to fight the aero wake relatively well. There they go, diving through 1 and 2. Good run here for Reynolds. Is he going to try to do it? No, he's got to check up mid-corner.
Oh, but Hogan got tight on the exit while Reynolds got loose on the exit, and Reynolds gets alongside Hogan, entering turn 3. He has that number 66 car almost down on the apron. Hogan keeps having to use 3rd gear to get off this exit well. He has that high line, the desired high line, and retains the lead, but the handling definitely going away for these cars as they approach the last laps of their stint, and I think Reynolds is doing a better job of keeping his car under him than Hogan is right now. Let's see what happens this time.
Lap 180, so this is the time for the 60-lap split. If you want to split it into 60-lap groups, Justin Kirby jumping into the pit lane. Travis Warling also jumped in, Joshua Chin, and here comes Brian Barnes just deciding to smoke his way past everybody on his fresh tires, but he's got a damaged engine, so he doesn't have the straight line speed that these guys do. Blake's probably a little bit frustrated with that particular move from Brian, but Brian has every opportunity to unlap himself.
Yeah, and to be honest, Blake Reynolds has had plenty of time to try and make a move for the lead, and he hasn't been able to do it. The lapped cars can't stay behind him forever with those new tires.
It's a great point, Sam. He's got nobody to blame for himself on that. And there's that slingshot going around for Brian Barnes, as well as Joshua Chin, who came in. So now it looks like that is going to be Reynolds trying to get around Justin Morton. I think he's finally going to have the move done. Indeed, he does. These are our leaders working on lap 63. Remember, we've seen as many as 66, 67 on a single set here as we hear a couple more drivers starting to peel off.
Yeah, well, when they see Joshua Chin blast by them like that, I have a feeling that's got to be a bit of an alarm bell saying, okay, these guys need to get in now too, or else Chin's going to be far ahead of them after they pit.
So Justin Morton dives into the pits after getting lapped himself, so he's now taken into the pit lane. Justin Morton, our first car, a lap down, and right now we only have 8 cars that are on the lead lap at this stage in the race as these drivers up at the front continue to take names. Boyd Hogan going by Steve Driscoll now, making that 7 cars as Steve Driscoll dives down to pit lane. I'll be interested to see who bites first out of this top group between Boyd Hogan, Blake Reynolds, Christian Challoner, and Jason Brophy.
Well, I think all of them at this point may just be hoping for a yellow to come out here with as much craziness as we're seeing on track. That would really catch them in the right position. But, whoa, is this a run for Reynolds? Starting to push a little bit. He's going to go to the outside. Oh!
Justin Kirby's one of them.
So the caution comes out. Who was in the lead at the point of the caution? Because Blake Reynolds and Boyd Hogan were side by side as they split Chris Yatito.
Justin Kirby, Zachary Brown, and Lynn Kinchlow were the 3 drivers involved in that incident. It took place right behind the leaders.
It was indeed. You can see it here coming off at the turn. Oh, just a little bit of a miscommunication there. Everybody going the other way. I think in the back there, that was Yatito just getting a little sideways himself. But the biggest storyline out of all of this is the fact that Reynolds, Hogan, Challoner, Brophy, Abramitis, and David Hall all stayed out, and they will be able to pit under yellow.
They'll be the only ones on the lead lap.
Well, no, a lot of cars will take a wave around.
Thank goodness for that. Yes, so a lot of cars will take a wave around. Abramitis already in pit lane himself. So this is going to be fascinating. So, okay, we've got Chris Yatito, James Walker, Jeff Schmeier. Everyone's going by. I think, yeah, so everyone's going to take to the pit lane this time.
Well, the cars that hadn't pit. So Reynolds and Hogan are in the pits together right now as we speak, and Reynolds only has a couple of car lengths over Hogan, so this is going to be a critical pit stop here. Let's see which one of them wins the race out of pit road. That's Reynolds, who's Challoner doing a pass-through? That wasn't Challoner, don't think. But here we go. The left side's going up on our 2 lead cars. Reynolds is on the close side. Hogan gets away first, but doesn't have enough track. And Reynolds wins the race off of pit road, so they hold the positions that they came in on. Well, that caution, our 5th caution of a race, pretty much took place right at the halfway point. So we're in the closing half of this event now.
Indeed we are, and now this has thrown a little bit of a wrench into the works just in terms of strategy for some of these drivers, I think. Now we're going to have some of these guys like Chin, Warling, Walker, who have pitted a little bit earlier on, so they will have come in and be on lap tires that are 7-6 laps already worn in. Is that going to change up the strategy?
Yeah, it'll be interesting as a lot of people coming to pit road again over on this caution, realizing that they're not going to lose a lot of track position to do so with everyone so scrambled on laps. So very fascinating things here. Kevin Hill even coming down a 2nd time on this caution.
I mean, you do run a risk, especially if you pit about 15 laps earlier, you know, at the start of a pit cycle, of being out there on such old tires that if we get a long green flag run, you may risk going a lap down or 2 laps down under the next green flag stint.
Exactly, and that's exactly what we saw in that last run, especially out of guys like Challoner and Chin, that their tires just sort of hit a cliff. That may be depending on their setup, on how it'll run later on. So you've got to be careful about it. You've got to be playing a little bit of 4D chess here as this race continues on and we get closer and closer to that lap 367 mark.
I want to wait a couple moments before making this official, and timing and scoring catches up with all the pit stops we're still seeing here under caution, but I think we're going to have 9 cars left on the lead lap. Now remember, the cars at the tail end of a lead lap are going to be on slightly older tyres. Yeah, and there we go, 9 cars on the lead lap. So it's Blake Reynolds, Boyd Hogan, Christian Challoner, Jason Brophy, David Hall, Kevin Hill, Tom Abramadis, Joshua Chin and Travis Warlin. That being said, I wouldn't be surprised if things get a little bit dicier in the second half of this race, and if we get a few more caution flags, that could definitely open up the opportunity to get a few more cars back on the lead lap too.
And we've just had a couple of waiver rounds as well, so we're keeping eyes on those as we go double file getting ready for this restart. So we might have as many as 14 cars back on the lead lap for this restart as they get ready to go green entering turn 3.
And we are restarting at the completion of lap number 188 with Blake Reynolds on the inside, Boyd Hogan on the outside. Those are the 2 cars who have definitely been controlling the field for most of the race today, but Christian Challoner is still there in 3rd place, just waiting for his chance to strike. Blake Reynolds, a good restart here as they get back under power. Nice to see a clean restart by the whole field, considering some cars are out there on older tyres. Up front, Reynolds has a nice lead. Oh, we got 1 car on the apron.
Yeah, a couple of cars actually on the apron. Oh, goodness,
that's Kinchlow. I believe that's Kinchlow around.
He shouldn't draw a caution because he's down on the apron, so we'll stay green here with Blake Reynolds still leading over Boyd Hogan, who's under heavy pressure for Christian Challoner. Kinchlow able to get himself going once again. Not too much damage on that machine, so he should be fine.
Yeah, the sad news for him, of course, is he was involved in the previous caution, so I'm pretty sure he's used up his free repair by now. So I'll have to fix that the old-fashioned way. And these cars at the front of the field, I wouldn't be surprised if we start to see our purple graphic pop up at the top of the screen here, with the sun having set and the leaders.
Oh, Christian Tito is around. He's collected his teammate, James Walker.
Justin Morton just narrowly avoiding that as well. So once again, another quick caution. And once again, Forge drivers involved.
Oh, this is good news for everyone who got a wave around.
Oh my goodness, he just got sent very hard by his teammate into the corner, clipped a little bit, and that just made it so unstable. He took the complete front nose off of one of those kinetic machines. But this is one of the most scrambled restarts I've seen in a long time, Sam. There were drivers all over the place as far as laps and where they were positioned according to the restart, but that's just heavy contact for everybody involved.
Yeah, I think Tito is definitely going to hope that he has a free repair left there. And here we ride on board with Rob Powers, who had a lot of trouble earlier on in this race. Nowhere to go.
Yeah, definitely collected a little bit of that there, and you saw Tito just fighting. Ooh, that is some big damage to the 47 kinetic machine of Rob Powers.
So Blake Reynolds is signaling like he's going to go to pit lane here. Decides better of it, but I need to read you through where everyone is here because this is really strange. So the top 5 are out in front, right behind each other on behind the pace car. Then we get Eric Smith in 19th position. He is 3 laps down. Then we get Jason Wallet in 15th. He is 2 laps down. Then Brian McGreevy, who's tucked in right behind Jason, in 16th. Then we get Kevin Hill in 6th. He's on the lead lap. Then Rob Powers in 28th. He's down, 12 laps down. And then we get Steve Driscoll in 11th position. He's 1 lap. As you can see, it's absolute chaos out there as far as where these drivers are lined up behind the pace car. So no wonder they're having a hard time keeping things straight.
Yeah, I think fortunately that was only the case after that last green flag stint we just had there, because there was so many waiver rounds, it mixed everything up. Because the top 5 leaders are staying out here, obviously they just took tyres under the previous caution about 3 or 4 laps ago. That means everyone should get rearranged into their correct order under this caution, that the way the yellow flag procedure is going to work, and hopefully that will sort out some of the confusion. Really, the winners out of everything that's happened here are going to be anyone who's saved the most amount of tires, because I think that could still play a role as we get into the closing laps of this race, especially as I wouldn't be surprised if this race gets a little bit of yellow fever, with everything being a bit dicey and up in the air right now. But yeah, it's a shame we didn't come to complete that lap, because I was really starting to expect the lap time, the fastest lap, to fall with how dark this track is now, and how eager the leaders are getting, you know, now that they know they're in the second half of a race, the track is cool, they're on fresh tires, and they can start thinking about racing for this win.
Yeah, exactly, Sam. And as that track continues to cool down, the track temperature has now dropped down to 80 degrees Fahrenheit, wind kicking around at 6 or 7 miles per hour. And Adam, you talked about that humidity earlier. Well, it's ticked up a few percentages, so maybe just a little bit more grip to be had.
A little bit more grip and also a little bit more stickiness, but that also means that as we keep going, I'm seeing more and more marbles build up on the outside of the racetrack, and that's going to be definitely affecting these drivers. They're going to want to stay a little high at the early stages of these runs to try and blow those marbles off away a little bit further up the track as they go double file. Once again, we're going to get restarted here. And now we got the first 9 cars on the lead lap lined up nose to tail.
Yeah, can't really question what Blake Reynolds was doing there, because he's a heck of a better driver than I am, but I'm kind of surprised he was running down there on the apron under this caution, because surely there's all kinds of marbles and clud down there off the racing line that's just going to be getting picked up on these tyres for the restart here. But let's see, hopefully he'll get a good restart, and we won't have to worry about that too much. As he hits the gas pedal and pulls away from the rest of the field, we are back racing after our 6th caution of a race here at the Southern 500.
A good restart from Blake, Boyd, and Christian. The 10 of David Hall actually got way slow on that restart, so he lost a couple of positions to Kevin Hill and Joshua Chin. Tom Abrametis got stuck in behind him, so Travis Worling. And Travis Worling with a great run on Tom Abrametis is going to try and make it past 8th position as they dive into turns 3 and 4 for the first time on this particular restart. Everyone taking different lines as we go through the corner there, and the leaders really just are deciding to hang out by themselves and chill at this moment, the top 3. But then the rest of the drivers behind seem like they're trying to scrap for positions.
Well, that's so go ahead, Sam.
No, go ahead, DJ.
I was just saying, it's not entirely surprising to me, as these 3 up front really have been pretty much the class of the field for most of this race. And I feel like they are very much in a mode of just keeping everything together until those last maybe 60 or so laps into the final stint. And as I say that, Boyd Hogan looking a little bit racy here, maybe trying to get a challenge on Blake Reynolds.
Yeah, I wanted to make a note that from what I was looking at, most of the field has gotten single file, although they are quite close together. We have had a few more retirements after our recent slew of cautions, including Justin Kirby is out, Zach Brown is out. So unfortunately, attrition's starting to take its toll as we've hit the halfway point of this race. I think it's going to be a big motivational pickup for these drivers when we hit lap 200 here. We'll make a checkered flag seem a little bit closer.
Joshua Chin got way up in the outside wall going through 1 and 2. He's now recovered and back going, but has some more damage that he's going to have to nurse, and David Hall's looking to the bottom now. But you can see on that right side, right side aerodynamic cow flap just a little bit off center now as we're riding on board with Josh Chin.
And there you see Josh. That damage not seeming to hurt him too much. He's got a pretty good run here on Kevin Hill, starting to push the best that he can, but he is bringing David Hall and Abramitis along with him as well.
And the top 9, Sam, are underneath 1.3 seconds right now, all nose to tail, all lined up right in behind each other. There you see Josh Chin putting the pressure on Kevin Hill coming up the corner.
Yeah, and 10th car, who I guess I'm assuming got the lucky dog on the last caution, is Wayne Hutchinson, who's about 8 seconds back. So nice to see the top 9, though, all up together up front there, mixing it up as we hit lap number 200 of a 367-lap race. Shouldn't have to worry about the 5-hour time limit. We're only 2 hours into this event so far.
Yeah, we are definitely on a good clip here for these laps. They continue to tick down. 167 laps to go as they cross the line. Once again, these leaders not looking in a huge hurry to make a move on one another. Challenger looking to be a little bit closer as they're in the mid-corner, but not pushing as hard as I think he may want to necessarily. Jason Brophy there holding in as well. Oh, Joshua Chin making a move on the outside of Kevin Hill right now.
Very strong, commanding move around the outside and got it done very calmly. Now we got Tom Abramitis is going to dive down to the bottom side, try and take a peek underneath Kevin Hill. Can't quite get it done there. So he's going to back out of it. They're going to go single file once again through 1 and 2.
Oh, everyone's still continuing to hold station. I think we've seen a lot of this, though, in the early laps of a green flag run so far this race. It's really deeper into the run when the cars start slipping and sliding around that we see drivers try and make opportunistic moves. Right now, everyone knows if they try and attempt to pass underneath the car in front of them, they're just not going to have the run out of the exit of a turn to complete the pass. So that's why we're not seeing a whole lot of overtaking right now up front. But they're continuing to log laps, and let's see if any of them are maybe thinking about saving their tyres a bit. As I say that, we do have a battle, I think, for 6th place.
Yep, that was Abramitis going around Kevin Hill. Same way that he saw Joshua Chin do it, just around the outside. Really, absolutely riding that thing on the edge, but managed to get it done. So Kevin Hill falling back to 7th position. So he's got Travis Warling now breathing down his neck as Tom Abramitis starts to move up and get behind Joshua Chin.
Yeah, Hill looking like he was trying to make that lower line work, just trying to experiment a little bit, I think. He's losing a lot of time doing it, and he's getting past along the outside. That high group still working on well. So not exactly the best decision there for Hill, I have to say.
Now, is that Brophy who's having a bit of connection issues right there?
It looked like for a moment that Brophy did, yes. And I've been taking a look at Josh Chin, who's right behind Brophy. Josh, very loose, and actually collects the wall that time around, getting another Darlington stripe added to his outside quarter panel. So as they cross the line once again to start lap 207, Blake Reynolds over Boyd Hogan, Christian Challenger 3rd, Jason Brophy in 4th, Josh Chin in 5th position, and Tom Abramitis in 6th. Kevin Hill starting to fall off the back of them under pressure from Travis Warling for 8th.
Yeah, we've kind of grown used to this paint again being at Darlington, haven't they? They only did it a few years ago, painted the outside wall white and red again to make it look a bit more old school, a bit more retro. I really like it, and in real life, of course, it makes it easy to tell what parts of a wall have been hit and who's hit them, much to the annoyance of the painters.
Indeed, but those little scrapes and scuffs proving out well. Seeing all of these drivers continuing to make their way around. Ooh, Chin thinking about a little bit of a move back there, but not gonna go for it. It looks like Chin getting very high, gets some good momentum. Not enough to make a move either way as we ride on top of that number 93 machine.
And it's time we start talking about the importance of the lucky dog. And now that we have so many cars one lap down, we just had one last time, which was Wayne Hutchinson. But now we got Steve Driscoll, Justin Morton, Jeff Schmeier, James Walker, who are a lap down. Justin Morton has been able to pass his teammate James Walker and was battling with Steve Driscoll for the last lucky dog spot. That would be 11th position. There's only 10 cars in the lead lap right now. And Justin Morton now coming, still tucked in behind Steve Driscoll, who's coming up behind Eric Smith, who's around the back of Travis Warling and Kevin Hill, who are on the lead lap.
Oh, what's happened to Challenger? Has he lost the connection from 3rd place? I don't see him.
Repeat of the last round. of the last, not the last round. The last round was the wild card, but the round before.
He hasn't came back. I'm getting a bit, I'm losing my hope here, guys.
Oh, this is not good for our championship leader. We're waiting for the messenger to see that number 1 machine pop back on screen, but I'm not seeing anything.
No, he's been gone too long.
Well, that moves Brophy up into 3rd place. I thought he was the one struggling with the connection issues. Well, that's a pity. We hadn't seen Challoner lead yet today, but he was certainly there, striked to make it happen whenever the opportunity presented itself, and it looks like he's not going to be around for the finish.
Absolute heartbreak for our reigning champion. And, oh, man, I just can't even imagine for Christian Challoner. He was running such a good race up to this point, up so many positions, and just positioning himself into the place where he would be able to take advantage at the end of this race, and internet problems coming back to bite him.
This moves Joshua Chin into our highest points-paying driver right now in the lead of the race. In 4th position, in 4th position in the points, and in 4th position in the race. So with Challoner out, and Challoner won't even get points for this race if he doesn't come back and complete some more laps, guys.
Well, I should imagine he will be aware of that, and he should come back and complete them. But that being said, he had done a long broadcast earlier on in the day, so he's already had a heck of a day. But yeah, I think he needs to come back and finish what he started. We got a car in the wall in turn 4 there, one of the green machines.
It was Steve Driscoll, who was battling Justin Morton for the Lucky Dog.
Yeah, but I need to make a note that Kevin Hill running 6th place right here is in the other green car, the number 52 machine. He is holding up a whole train of cars, so I think we'll want to start getting by him soon. By the way, we did get confirmation that Christian Challoner did lose a connection, unfortunately, so there's a second, if anyone was waiting on the second shoe to drop.
So, yeah, this is absolutely Kevin Hill holding up a whole slew of lapped cars, so he's not going to want to move over for these guys, but they're not going to want to stay behind him for much longer. And Justin Morton's got to be careful in that 10th position because he's currently in the lucky dog spot. Eric Smith, 2 cars behind him. Eric Smith just having a loose moment and dropping down to the bottom of the track, getting passed by David Hall. But here we go, side by side with Josh Chin getting pushed up to the high side of the track. Here go all the lap cars trying to get by. Justin Morton getting held up behind Kevin Hill. He's still side by side with Jeff Schmeier, who is battling him now for the lucky dog spot. So Jeff Schmeier and Justin Morton in those red machines, they're battling for the lucky dog transfer position.
Yeah, so like you say, not a lot of these are full position, but Hill still wants to retain his track position as best as he can, DJ.
Yeah, indeed, and you can see him there trying to eye up Kevin Hill the best he can. Now, remember, we were watching Kevin earlier. He started up in the top 5, really fell off. Wow, you can see Justin there just sawing at that wheel. Kevin was running a lower line, and it was kind of coming back to bite him. Justin now trying to figure out where he's going to go as he follows behind him. He's got a good run mid-corner. Is he going to be able to keep it going, or is he going to have to wheel it a little bit too much? It looks like he's got a line. Kevin starts to go a little bit defensive. Justin going for a little bit of a dummy, tries to dive it down the inside, going through 3 and 4.
That dummy was sold and bought by Kevin Hill. He took it too deep into the corner and gets passed by Justin. Justin, good job getting himself through there. Now let's see whether Jeff Schmeier can do it, because Justin Morton's praying that Jeff Schmeier doesn't, and Jeff Schmeier isn't able to get by. So a little bit of free breathing room for Justin Morton to cool off those tires a little bit, as his competitor for the lucky dog spot is trapped behind Kevin Hill.
And Hill will want to stay ahead here, because not that car, but the black and red car at the back of your picture there, David Hall. This is for position. Hall goes up into 7th.
Oh, and he's got to watch it there behind. That was the 114 of Jason Wallen almost getting into the back of Kevin Hill. At 52, just looking all over the place right now.
So Christian Challoner is officially back in the session. We'll see whether or not he gets back out on track, or whether he's just going to help his team out at this point. But the lucky dog right now securely in the hands of Justin Morton. Jeff Schmeier still chasing him down by 0.6 of a second. Then James Walker in 12th position will be the next driver to challenge for the lucky dog, but he's stuck behind Kevin Hill and Jason Wallet. And we're back up to the lead of the race. Blake Reynolds still under heavy pressure from Boyd Hogan. These two guys have been battling all night long.
Yeah, I absolutely think Trelawney needs to get back out there on track because he only needs to complete what you say 3/4 race distance is about 270 laps. And he's not going to be too far away from that. He's got plenty of time to get to that marker. And he'll probably be able to pick up a lot of positions because, let's face it, I don't think we've seen our last yellow.
No, I agree with you there, Sam, and I have seen that Challoner has reconnected, so he may be trying to do just that. Right on board with Boyd Hogan here. Now, this gap has seesawed back and forth between about 0.3 and 0.6 of a second as the 96 continues to chase the 66 up ahead of him.
Yellow flag.
It's Trent Brown. We saw him having issues earlier. He's missing the whole front clip on his 37. And unfortunately for Trent, I wouldn't be surprised if he's already used his free repair. And if he has, then that's day done, I'm afraid.
So this was contact with Jason Wallet off of the corner. And he actually just lost it on his own and ended up collecting Wallet in that incident.
Everyone's gonna pit.
Yeah, we're about halfway through that stint. There you can see it with Trent just getting up into the wall, getting collected with Travis Brown.
Well, the pit stop here should be interesting because the top two are nose to tail, Reynolds and Hogan. They're both going to come in. Remember that Reynolds saved that set of tyres earlier on. Obviously, they both have fresh tyres for now, but could play a factor later in the race. And Hogan's not exactly glued to his rear bumper. I think if I was Hogan, I would want to be a little bit closer to Reynolds than that.
It's possible that Hogan doesn't want to lead, which would be interesting, but he's definitely gaining a little bit of time in pit lane as you can fudge about 1 mile an hour on pit lane. But all of our leaders into the pits, all 9 of the drivers on the lead lap. So this will get the wave around. So Justin Morton was going to get the lucky dog, so he'll get that lucky dog. Then we'll get the wave around for all the rest of the lap down cars, which should get us back to Steve Driscoll in 13th position on the lead lap. So let's see whether or not... looks like Kevin Hill actually missed his box a little bit, so he's back up on the jacks. Blake Reynolds on the jacks as well. Let's see who wins it off of pit road. Boyd Hogan.
Yep, Hogan got a nice better run there, so he is going to win the race out of pit road. I wouldn't be surprised if we see some of those wave around cars come into the pits, because we saw it backfire against people who were on older tyres earlier, but we'll find out in just a few moments. We're about to take a quick break here on GSRC. We'll be right back. A couple of wave arounds for the lap down cars, but most of them came into the pits knowing that they wanted fresh tyres for the next stint of this race. As we are wrapping up our 7th caution here of the Southern 500, it's lap 225, about 140 laps left to go as the pace car peels in, and Brad Hogan now has control of the field after beating Reynolds in the pits. Hogan going very late, most of leaders. Oh, and trouble from 4th place there.
Jason Brophy hits the outside wall in 4th, and they're all going pretty slow right now. The outside line got the worst of it. That was David Hall who's able to duck into 4th position, with Tom Abramaitis still below Jason Brophy. Kevin Hill a little slow through the first couple of corners as well. Travis Worling with a good run. Oh, almost contact between Abramaitis and Brophy as they come off the corner, but side by side for the lead. Reynolds going on Hogan, and he's able to get by.
Almost throws it into the wall. He really threw it into turn 3. I don't know what happened to Hogan. He was like a snail down the back straight.
Let's go back and check out the replay on this. This is that start coming off there. Was there contact up into the wall, or did he lift coming through?
Sure seems like he lifted, Sam.
Yeah, whatever the reason, Reynolds just got a heck of a run. Now, let's remember, we saw Hogan was backing off well, we didn't back off, but he wasn't exactly close to Reynolds when they came into the pits, and we wondered if he wanted to be in 2nd. I don't know why he would be, but maybe he didn't want to lead the race.
Yeah, I'm not sure, Sam, and especially with what we've seen coming down in terms of the pit cycle and the pit strategy playing out. I'm not sure why you wouldn't want to. We haven't seen enough really massive fuel conservation to make that play into it too much. But I'll tell you what, Boyd Hogan's got a new thing to worry about, and that is coming in the form of Joshua Chin, the number 93, keeping track with the leaders here.
Now remember, Chin has a history of running his tires a little bit too hard towards the beginning of these runs and then falling off towards the last half. So to get another long green flag run, Joshua Chin's got to be careful. He just needs to stay with these guys. Doesn't need to try and pass them. Doesn't need to do late on the brakes into every corner. All he needs to do is just stay with them. If he can stay with them for the rest of this run, remember, you need to be there at the end of the race. So hanging on to this top 3 position will be vital for him. He doesn't need to worry too much behind him. He's got a 2.5 seconds to Jason Brophy. So all he needs to do is just drive the car he knows and be comfortable. Even if these guys get out in front by a second, just don't wear the tires down right now.
And look at that, fastest lap of a race by Christian Challoner. He has reconnected, got him back out there in the clean car and is laying down laps. Unfortunately, of course, 11 laps down. That doesn't mean he can't make up some positions, though, but most importantly, he needs to get about another 50 laps under his belt to make sure he gets points for this event.
Well, he certainly should be able to do that to just keep running here, but we're going to jump back up to the front. This top 3 running line astern, and after that run-in with the wall, Jason Brophy not able to catch back up.
Whoa! Joshua Chin absolutely slid it into turn 3, manages to bounce off of the wall and keep it pointing forward, but that was a handful.
Yeah, he really overdrove the entry here. We'll ride on board and you'll see how sideways the car gets, and eventually he has to use a wall to catch the car. It still gets a bit loose after that, but keeps going. But definitely the side of that blue and yellow number 93 machine, not as pretty as it was a few moments ago. Oh, it might have worked out well for him though. He's caught down the leader still, might have made the car faster.
It'd certainly be an interesting strategy if that's what works. Woo, big, lots of shuffling around in the back there, though, it looked like.
Yeah, Tom Abramaitis recently hit the wall and has moved over for Travis Worling. Jason Brophy right now in the 4th position, trying to catch up to the back of Joshua Chin, actually managing to do so pretty effectively. So quite a few drivers involved in this fight up ahead of these guys for sure. As we keep our eyes on the 93 of Josh Chin, as Jeff Gordon used to say, making a little bit of an aerodynamic adjustment after the pit stop.
By the way, for Andrew Warren fans, he has also got back in the session, but he's got about another 31 laps until he passes anyone, so be patient.
And he's gonna have to finish every single one of these laps to get points for making it to 3/4 distance. He's 103 laps down from the leaders. That would be 263 laps if he were to complete all the rest of the laps, which I don't even...
I don't think it is 3/4, no.
Well, then he's hoping that everybody wrecks out, I suppose.
Well,
Stranger things have happened at Darlington, gents.
if it was any other series, you could say he's practicing for the next round. But our next round in majors is Formula One cars at Monza. I'm not sure how much you could learn here that you could take to that race.
Not much transferable skills in this particular arena.
Not at all, but as we continue to watch Joshua Chin here, I want to point out Brophy's been able to close that gap back down. He's now starting to challenge the 93 a little bit, put a little bit of pressure to the back of Chin for that final podium position. And now as they run, the top four is separated only by about a second.
This is how most of the first half of a race has been, as Blake Reynolds leading, Boyd Hogan second, but normally after that has been Christian Challoner in third, and now we have Joshua Chin and Jason Brophy. Two drivers I'm familiar with racing over in the Lionheart IndyCar series, although I've got to admit when it comes to ovals, racing, you could change that phrase into running half a lap behind, but still, they're on track with me, so...
For those fans of Andrew Waring, the sad news is that he would make it to lap 264, which 275 is 75 race distance. Oh, Joshua Chin very loose into the corner again. Similar situation as we saw last time. Let's see whether it makes him faster this time.
Adam, I don't know how he's holding on to that car. He is in a full four-wheel drift coming around there. And the fact that he is able to hold on to it, absolutely incredible.
Yeah, but not super fast at the same time, DJ, as we see Jason Brophy taking a little bit tight on the exit of 1 and 2 that time around. Brophy just needs to hang on to this thing until Joshua Chin, I mean, he's probably thinking to himself, inevitably hits the outside wall again. But our leaders are starting to make it past Jason Willett and Nick Kuhn. Jason Willett 15th a couple laps down, and Nick Kuhn 21st a couple laps down.
Yeah, I'm assuming these are cars who stayed out on old tyres, and you can see we've got a long green flag run here, and it's not working for them. Yeah, no, if Trim makes another mistake like that entering turn 3 again, I think Brophy is going to say, see you later.
Yeah, I think you're right about that. Brophy knows just how loose Chin is doing. He's definitely watching him out as much as he can, and just hoping for the right opportunity to present itself. Going into turn 1, Chin's been relatively good through there, but all of that has allowed for these leaders to stretch out a little bit. Gap now between Reynolds and Brophy holding at about 2 seconds.
It's important to note that Justin Morton was the lucky dog car, so he started behind most of the lap down machines. His teammate Jeff Schmeier was able to take the wave around, and he's about 20 seconds behind him. But Justin Morton actually is only 9 seconds off a lead at this point, so he navigated that traffic extremely well. He's not out of this yet, guys. We still have over 100 laps to go, and Justin Morton has climbed his way back up into 10th and is catching up to the back of Wayne Hutchison for 9th.
Yeah, Schmeier would need a caution to come out, I think, within the next few laps in order to stay on the lead lap. Granted, when he goes a lap down, he'll be in the lucky dog position until someone else goes a lap down or passes him.
Yeah, exactly. And remember how we were speculating earlier in this race that maybe those Forge racing cars were set up a little bit for the long run, a little bit for the night conditions. Well, it looks like Morton's starting to come alive a little bit here later on, so maybe we were right in that assessment.
Close moments there between Wayne Hutchison and Nick Kuhn as they went to the corner. Nick Kuhn with some severe engine damage that's causing him to be slow on the straightaways. That's why he's getting past him.
The Schmeier has gone a lap down, which is bad news for James Walker, because if a caution came out, that means Schmeier would get the lucky dog, but Schmeier actually just hit the wall in turns 1 and 2, so that's not going to help him stay in that lucky dog position.
That's some pretty heavy pressure there from the 9 of Justin Morton on the 17 of Wayne Hutchison. As they head themselves out of turns 3 and 4, Justin with a great run. He's looking to the bottom side, but Wayne is not willing to give him that spot. He's going to hang it strong and dive it deep into the corner. So Justin Morton is going to have to earn this one. They've got Kevin Hill right now, who's being held up by Jason Wallet up ahead. So Wayne Hutchison, Kevin Hill, and Justin Morton are now battling for 8th. And here's Steve Driscoll, who wants to unlap himself from these guys. He's going to go below Justin Morton here and take away Justin's line.
Yes, he is. I thought for a second there that Justin was going to try to do a little bit of a crossover move on him, but Driscoll just driving the wheels off that thing. Now Justin's going to look high here to try to hold up, maybe. No, I think Driscoll's got him beat.
Oh, and up into the wall goes the lap car there. It's got a bit of a sports car race feel here, doesn't it? You are just going around minding your business, and then all of a sudden you're in a massive pack of cars with people you're not necessarily racing. But there we go. The 51 makes a move on the 17.
So Steve Driscoll unlapping himself from Wayne Hutchison, and now they've got David Hall who's falling behind Wayne Hutchison. David Hall has his own significant damage that he's contending with. Justin Morton goes around him as well. So David Hall falling back from what was 5th position earlier on in this run down to 10th. So quite a few drivers really struggling with damage right now.
Yeah, that is quite significant damage on Hall's car, as you mentioned. And it's on the front, which obviously isn't doing the aerodynamics any good.
No, not at all. Those constant bumps and bangs that we see on these cars definitely turning out. But we're going to jump back up to that battle for P3. They're in relatively clear air, are Joshua Chin and Jason Brophy. And Brophy just continuing to hound that yellow and blue machine.
Yeah, but hounding isn't getting it done, DJ, because they've lost 3.5 seconds. Blake and Boyd. So Brophy needs to get himself by Chin because he knows he's faster. So he's got to get that move done. Otherwise, he's just losing time to the leaders.
This is a battle for 11th place, I think, is going to be quickly resolved. James Walker has caught Jeff Schmeier, and he has a massive pace advantage over him. I'm going to guess tyres is helping that. The significance of a battle for 11th is that is for the lucky dog position. And sure enough, James Walker looks like he's finishing up that move right now down the front straight.
Absolutely. So James Walker sees his way by into turns 1 and 2.
Eric Smith almost had a moment in turn 1. Schmeier was going very slow, and Smith threw it into the corner and wasn't expecting Schmeier to be there, and almost ran into the back of him. Watch this for car control. So that's a pass for 11th place going on in front of us right now. Walker on the low side, Schmeier on these old tyres backs off, and Smith almost causes a disaster.
Goodness!
Wah!
I'm pretty sure that's as close as you can get without hitting the back of somebody, and his tires aren't going to be too happy about that one either.
No, I don't think they are, and I think if there was an extra coat of paint on the rear fender of that car, it would have ended in absolute disaster.
We got some potentially bad news. Travis Warling has disappeared and has stayed disappeared.
Oh man, with only 10 cars left on the lead lap, and now it's down to 9. By the way, talking about Warren retired from the race. He's not going to complete 270 laps.
Justin Morton trying to put that pressure on Kevin Hill. Kevin Hill's been struggling all night to try and keep his pace up with the leaders. His pit strategy is excellent. Unfortunately, his pace isn't quite there. Justin Morton trying to climb his way into 6th, putting that pressure on Kevin Hill, who's tight in the center of the corner.
Justin really working this way and that. You can see the determination. He tries to go high here. It's been interesting seeing him putting that car kind of wherever he wants to. So used to seeing Justin racing on dirt. Loves to rip that top line, but here he comes on a run down low on Kevin Hill. He's going to dive it in, and I think that's move done for Justin Morton. Move the 9 up to P6 right now. He's going to set his eyes ahead on him to Tom Abramitis.
And that was a good move, actually, a good tactical move from Justin Morton to make that pass down there, because if Kevin Hill's tight in the center of the corner, that means he can't turn it down off of that high line effectively, which means he'd have to slow up more in order to make that line work. So going to the bottom side with a driver who's tight through the center of the corner actually worked out for him.
We have got confirmation that Warlin has lost the connection, so that takes us down to 9 cars left on the lead lap, and Walker is still the one in the lucky dog. By the way, the leaders have gotten quite close again between Blake Reynolds and Boyd Hogan, but Reynolds still holding on to that position temporarily. If anyone's wondering what the pit stop number is, it's probably around the lap 280, 290 or so, which will not get these drivers to the end, maybe. No. Maybe there's some drivers out there saving fuel. If they could get to lap 290, they might be able to do it.
It'd be close. They'd have to be praying for praying for another caution. Now, obviously, I'm expecting that we're probably going to get one. But with only 25 cars really left running, Trent Brown's been in the pits for 20 minutes. It's going to be tough for them to do so. Now, Wayne Hutchison on the back of Kevin Hill right now. Still, Kevin Hill holding on to that position. Hutchison can't find his way by.
Yeah, indeed. And in regards to those pit numbers, the longest we've seen run tonight was about 68 or 69 laps. And that was with 2 yellow periods thrown into that. So I'm going to guess the magic number here is going to be about lap 300. That's about where you can feasibly make this work. These drivers have been out for about 35 laps on the current stint. So I think unless we run under yellow for about 15 laps in these closing stages, you've got to make this a 2-stop from here on out.
Well, Jason Waller is coming into the pits. Now, I don't know what his strategy is, but if he's pitting now intentionally as a short pit, he might be able to get to the end on one more stop from here. So I wonder if that's what Jason's doing in the number 114 car. By the way, Travis Warlin has rejoined the session. We'll give you an update on how many laps he's lost once he's back out on track.
So Jason Wallet was on the 70th lap of his stint, including stop. So I think that was a fuel-determined pit stop for Wallet, unfortunately. So he can still make it to the end on 2 stops, but at this point he's hoping it goes green to the end, because that would leave everyone else in a situation where they also have to do a 2-stop race.
Well, even though there's over 100 laps left to go, these drivers, I'm sure, are definitely thinking about their fuel numbers, because, of course, there's risk and reward to short pitting and to going long, whichever strategy you're going to commit to. And right now it's Reynolds, Hogan, Brophy, but who knows what the order's going to be when the checkered flag drops. I think a lot of stuff is about to happen in these last 107 laps.
I agree with you, Sam. I think it's time to get out the calculators and start figuring this out the best that you can. It's going to get very, very interesting as we get down into the closing stages.
Daniel Johnson just got into the wall hard in turns 1 and 2. He keeps it pointing straight, but that's not good news for the number 23. He lost a lot of momentum.
So I've been watching Kevin Hill and Wayne Hutchison, and Hutchison doesn't seem very insistent on getting by Hill. Now they've got Jeff Schmeier up ahead of them. Jeff Schmeier currently is he was in the lucky dog position, but then he got passed by Steve Driscoll and James Walker. David Hall has gone a lap down, so that puts him in the lucky dog position. That means James Walker would be the first car who would remain a lap down after a yellow. So James Walker's got 13 seconds up to David Hall. That just shows the pace of the leaders versus James Walker and David Hall, that Blake Reynolds was able to close that 13-second gap between the two of them and put Hall a lap down. Look at this. That's Jeff Schmeier moving to the bottom side here, and he's going to come to the pits.
Yeah, meanwhile, Blake Reynolds has pulled out about 1.5 seconds over Hogan. I think a lot of that may have been due to lap traffic.
Yeah, it really was, Sam. I was keeping an eye on it. There was a big mess of cars that Reynolds was able to navigate relatively easily, and that Hogan had some problems getting around. Now, though, as you can see, just one car separating them as is. That's Chris Yatito. Remember, Yatito involved in some pretty heavy damage early on, but he was able to take that free repair and get himself back out on track.
Yeah, I think Tito may have just got a big piece of a wall exiting turn 2 there. He was definitely going slow down the back straight in his 888 machine.
He definitely did. Just got himself passed by Boyd Hogan, who's in second position. So, once again, going another lap down. He's now 4 laps down to our leaders.
Chin is very loose in turn 4 right now. I think he might be about to lose 4th position.
That's Tom Abramitis going to the bottom side of Joshua Chin, and almost contact going into the corner right in front of Christian Challenger, still 11 laps down. Tom Abramitis and Joshua Chin battling for that 4th and 5th position.
Yeah, here we
separated.
go. Yeah, here we've picked it up. So that's Tom Abramitis, the first iRacing car. Christian Challenger, multiple laps down, the second iRacing car in the background there. But you can see Chin has just really started to get loose. And he's really going to have to fight to hold off Tom.
Yeah, I think he really is. Chin has just seemed to be driving that car on absolute rails the entire day. Abramitis, oh, there again! Chin getting very squirrely.
I think he's coming into the pit. No, he's staying out.
Pray for everybody above him as his car wants to swap ends all the way through the corner. He is absolutely four-wheel sliding this thing. He can't keep it on the pavement.
Yeah, I would be bringing that thing into the pits and getting an adjustment done. But I'm not him.
It's an absolute skating rink for Joshua Chin right now. He needs to cool those rear tires down fast or he's going to spin it.
He's got to be very careful here. He wants to keep this thing pointed the right way, especially with Christian Challenger so many laps down. This is absolutely crucial here for the championship for Josh Chin to keep up. And, well, God, he just can't get through a corner without being sideways.
Yeah, remember, he was 14 seconds back off a leader not too long ago. He's 21 seconds back now.
Remember what I talked about him absolutely wearing out his tires? This is what I meant.
Yeah, I know he risks going 2 laps down if he pits right now, but I mean, he'd be able to undercut his competitors.
I mean, it's going to be a 2-stop race from here unless there's a yellow, and he doesn't want to be that yellow and give his competitors 1 stop. So it's so risky for him to keep going out here. He's just so loose.
Yeah, Justin Morton is right behind him now, and if Morton gets by, that'll be a change for 5th place. Here he goes.
Oh, there it goes. Goodness gracious.
Did he catch the air? Come on, Josh, hold on to it.
Yeah, he's coming. He can't do it anymore.
All right, that is in the dictionary for oversteer.
Oh my goodness, how did Josh Chin manage to hold on to that car? I am absolutely speechless. Any other driver would have that thing nosing into the interior retaining wall there.
At this point, Josh Chin's sitting in the pit lane, absolutely screaming at his crew chief, telling him how loose his car is at the end of runs. But
no, I think he's on the screen where you can make a wedge adjustment, pushing the button down a whole bunch.
Well, Blake Reynolds out to a 2.5-second lead now over Boyd Hogan, who's got 13.5 seconds to Jason Brophy. Brophy absolutely falling off the back of this. Tom Abramitis in 4th, 4.5 seconds back. Then it's Justin Morton, 4.5 seconds back of Tom Abramitis. So Blake Reynolds and Boyd Hogan still absolutely the class of the field right now. And they're they're about half a second ahead of Jason Brophy in 3rd.
Indeed, they are, and you saw there Reynolds working his way by some lap traffic, and that is going to be a little bit beneficial to him because he will be able to tuck up in the draft here on some of the straightaways, maybe save a little bit of fuel in the draft and continue to grow that advantage. So good runs there for Reynolds, playing this very heads up It's crossed over here 50 laps into his stint.
Less than 100 laps left to go now. Blake Reynolds holding a 2.5-second lead, putting the 6th place car a lap down. Obviously, if we did cycle through the pit stops, we would see Ching get back on the lead lap. Now, how far? There we go. I wonder if Hogan, if he is being limited by lap traffic here, or has he backed off those 2 seconds to try and stretch his fuel?
It doesn't look to me like Boyd Hogan is, well, I don't know. He is kind of lifting and coasting into the corner. It's possible he's trying to stretch the fuel. Lap 300 is a big ask, though, because, I mean, we're 52 laps into the stint. He's only got about 15 laps more than he can run on this tank. Well, granted, we did have a pit stop. We did have a caution. So probably add another 3 laps to that. So 18 laps that he can probably run on this tank. That's not going to get him to lap 300. He's got 5 laps to get there. I don't think you can make it on 2 stops unless we get another caution. Well, sorry, I don't think you can make it on 1 stop unless we get another caution.
I was going to say, that was exactly what I was thinking there as well, Adam. Yeah, I don't think anybody's got really the ability to do that unless they've got a secret BAR-style extra fuel tank that we don't know about in one of these machines. Whoa, big wiggle there for our leader.
So, Sam, only 5 cars left on the lead lap.
I think that's a testament, honestly, to how much green flag racing we've had during this event. We've had 7 cautions. That sounds like a lot, but spread over 277 laps, it's really not that much. And you know that it's an open setup series, so some drivers have got nailed down, some drivers haven't, and that's led to some cars going a lap down on pace. Because, yeah, we only have 5 cars left on the lead lap right now, but everyone is on a lap battling with another car until you get back to the 22nd place car of Daniel Johnson 6 laps down. That we have 3 cars 6 laps down, 3 cars 4 laps down, 4 cars 3 laps down, 2 cars 2 laps down, and 5 cars 1 lap down. So there's still plenty of battles going on out there.
Absolutely. One driver I'm keeping my eyes on is Justin Morton. He's the last car on the lead lap yet again, trying to hold on to that lead lap position. He was the wave around car this last time, and being the wave around means you go to the end of the longest line, which means you're not in a good position to try and retain that lap that you gain back if you get onto a long run. And he's got a bunch of lap cars ahead of him. Eric Smith just absolutely bowled Lynn Kinchlow out of the way just a lap ago. Put him into the outside wall, so I think Justin's sweating a little bit. He has to look out of his front and in his rear view mirror, try and keep Blake Reynolds behind him.
I wouldn't be surprised if we stay green for quite a while here, because the field is kind of spread out. There's really not that many battles for positions. Obviously, there's less cars than what we had at the start of a race, and everyone's been out there for 280 laps learning what their cars can do, what their cars can't do, and also who they're racing around. They've learned which drivers are a bit more lenient with letting them by, which ones they might have to fight a bit better. They've learned how to pass everyone else. So I wouldn't be surprised if this goes green for a while, but that being said, if we do get a late caution, I think that will turn this whole race on its head. And there we go, the 36 is sideways, and the 90, and I jinxed it. Adam Hallock got in the wall coming out of turn 4.
Absolutely cleaned out Travis Worling, yeah.
I remember Worling had lost the connection. He got him back 10 laps down.
Now, that won't count as his fast repair, so he'll still probably be able to have a fast repair car. So he'll be able to get out there and complete the 3/4 laps distance that he needs.
Yeah, he will, but a big lick there to the car. All right, gents, this is gonna set up that fuel strategy run here. Now, I still think at this point you're gonna need 2 stops to make it, but I can't imagine anybody wanting to stay out on these tires, because I think this was just about the end of the fuel cycle to begin with.
and you cannot make it to the end from here. So everyone will be forced to come in at some point doing lap 300 and something. Now, obviously, because there's so many lap traffic intertwined with the leaders, the 5 leaders, pit road is going to be very quiet and very spread out this lap, and it shouldn't be too difficult for Reynolds to win this race off of pit road.
So this is all good news for Justin Morton, who was able to stay on the lead lap that time around. So he will line up behind all these guys in the 5th position. So all of our leaders into pit lane, only 5 of them left. Blake Reynolds, Boyd Hogan, Jason Brophy, Tom Abramitis, and Justin Morton. Wayne Hutchison will more or less get a wave around. Well, no, he won't, because everyone's going to come into the pits this time. So very interesting stuff. I think the only driver who's not going to come into the pits this time might be Joshua Chin.
Yeah, well, all the drivers would just pit. Yeah, so Joshua Chin definitely won't pit, but he'll just have to take a wave around. It might take a little moment to sort this all out, so I think it's a good time for a little break here, and we'll be back to take you to the checkered flag. Pace car is off. Not really sure what Daniel Johnson is doing down there on the inside, but Blake Reynolds leads them away after our 8th caution of the race. These drivers cannot make it to the end on fuel, but they definitely can make it to the end on just one more stop now. Who knows how this is going to unfold. Things getting spread out on the restart. But I think this race is about to pick up in intensity, even though we have just 7 cars left on the lead lap at the present moment.
Absolutely. So Blake Reynolds, Boyd Hogan off to a great start. Justin Morton up to third position from fifth. A great start from him. Tom Abramitis tucked in behind him. Jason Brophy's fallen back to fifth now. Wayne Hutchison 5 seconds back in the midst of a bunch of lap down cars with Joshua Chin. Those two battling for 6th and 7th. But look at this. Tom Abramitis with a great run off the corner. He's going to get a low side of Justin Morton into 3 and 4.
Okay.
He is indeed, but Justin Morton able to hold him off there and hold on to that third place position. Now remember, Morton qualified on the pole, and so it's good to see him back towards the front edge of the field right now, still holding Abramitis at bay.
Yeah, I was going to say, Abramitis wasn't able to make that move work, but he might try and make it happen this time going down into turn 3. It's just been a whale of a comeback by Morton so far, but he's going in the wrong direction right now, down to 4th place. But who knows, he might be saving his tyres for the end of a run, as our two leaders are nose to tail.
As Boyd Hogan decided he wants to lead the race, we're about to find out, as he's definitely putting pressure on Blake Reynolds to take this thing very quickly. Both of these drivers absolutely on the edge of traction, rip it around here. These are some of the fastest laps of the race, 28.7s.
We think a pit window for your final stop will open at around lap 300 or so. However, I think it would be a bit foolish for anyone to pit that early, considering the tyres will still be fairly new. But we'll see what kind of strategies are played out then. Right now, the strategy for Reynolds is keep it out front.
And he's doing his best to try to hold on to it, but I think the gloves are starting to come off here for Boyd Hogan. Justin Morton, though, falling back again, as that's Jason Brophy down to the inside of him. So Morton down 2 positions in the opening stages of this restart.
Yeah, and he absolutely fell like a rock once Tom Abramitis dropped him. He's now back a 1.5 seconds from our leaders, so unfortunate for Justin Morton. He seems like he's just kind of hanging on to it right now. That setup not working for him right now.
I wonder, I'm surprised Morton at this track position. I wonder if he didn't take 4 tyres under that previous stop. We saw him try and save tyres earlier, and if we get late cautions here, saving tyres may be critical to getting a good result.
I mean, he took 16 seconds of fuel, so I would expect that maybe he possibly has some damage that he's working on too. That could be part of it, but one driver who I did not expect to see challenging for the lead this late, to be completely honest with you, was Tom Abramitis. He's right up there behind Boyd Hogan and Blake Reynolds, absolutely challenging these guys.
Yeah, he really is, and doing a fantastic job. Abramitis has just kind of been sitting back and waiting for the moment to arise, and now it's here, and he is charging.
Yeah, the track has probably undergone a big transition now that it's fully night here. And our top 3 are nose to tail, separated by just a few tenths of a second, working their way down the back straight on lap 293. And getting word that Morton did take 4 tyres. It might be some kind of damage or something holding him back.
And there's a nice battle for 9th position as well between David Hall and Steve Driscoll and James Walker. All of these guys battling to be, well, not the lucky dog car, because that's Kevin Hill 4.5 seconds ahead of them, but that was a really close moment between them coming off the corner. They all sorted out now. David Hall screaming on up ahead, with James Walker passing Steve Driscoll, who's made contact with the outside wall multiple times on this restart. But Boyd Hogan's going for the pass for the lead now.
He's on the inside though. Reynolds going to be able to power off on the outside. Yeah, I think Hogan needs to try a slightly different approach. Yeah, into
Abramitis into the wall, yeah. This is giving a chance for Brophy to catch up to the back of these guys. It's now a 4-car train for the lead battle.
Yes, it is. And remember earlier on, we were saying that Boyd Hogan looked like he didn't want to lead. Well, I think he does now. That checkup, though, getting him back into position. He's going to have to wind it back up again here. Top 4 separated by less than a second as we take closer and closer to lap 300.
Yeah, speaking of lap numbers, Christian Traliner has gone over that magical lap 275 number, so he will score points for this race. Unfortunately for him, he's back into 24th after his connection issues. But we've still got a great battle for the top 4 right now, although the top 3 pull away from Brophy a little bit. It's Reynolds, Hogan, Abramitis across the line at the completion of lap 296, and now 70 laps and 1 pit stop left to go as Hogan gets right up on the back bump of Reynolds exiting 2, but can't get the run down the back straight.
Yeah, it actually held up both of them as Abramitis was able to close another 2/10 just on that exit of the corner. Here he is setting it deep into the corner once again. He's going to try and diamond this off, use up a little bit more tires to try and catch up to the back of Hogan, but Hogan with a great run off of the corner, able to make up ground on Reynolds. They're going to go nose to tail into 1 and 2 once again. Hogan just absolutely putting pressure on Reynolds at this stage in the race.
And these top 5, by the way, and you can see on the left-hand side of your screen our live timing and scoring, they have a massive gap over Wayne Hutchinson in 6th and Joshua Chin in 7th, who of course will have gotten mixed up with all the wave rounds on the restart. So it's really a 5-car race right now, unless we do get another caution. I don't really want to jinx it again. But right now, here we go. Hogan has got a nice run on Reynolds. He can't do anything about it on the back straight though, but can he set something up for a pass down the front straight? Maybe. No, because he's up way too close to the wall.
Oh, big wreck in front of them. That's Brian Barnes and Nick Kuhn.
And that's going to bring out another yellow here as we're just about to tick over to lap 300.
Yep. Everyone's got to be able to pit and make it to the end at this stage.
But do you want to? Are you sitting on your final set of tires? You might want to save those for later.
By my calculations, I don't think anybody has used up all of their tires quite yet.
Oh man, such bad luck for the 4 of Brian Barnes. He was just trying to avoid the incident and go low, and ends up just getting collected by Nick Kuhn.
I think he was an innocent victim in the wreck he was in earlier, wasn't he?
Yes, he was.
Involved in the 3rd caution.
Oh my goodness.
Now, probably be... well, not day done necessarily, but definitely that car won't be competitive anymore.
All right, DJ, everyone's figured it out. Everyone knows they can get to the end here, so they're coming into the pits.
Yeah, I think coming in here is 100% the right call. It's going to be tough to do it in terms of those tires. And we may see, I think, somebody, if we get one more caution over the course of this, somebody being brave and diving down pit lane with a couple of laps to go to try to get some fresh rubber on. But right now, you can do this on fuel to the end with the yellow that we are currently under. So this is 100% the right call for our leaders.
I still think Hogan really needs to be a little bit closer to Reynolds' rear bumper if he wants to try and jump him in the pits here. But let's see. Hogan has won the race off of pit road 1 time before. The right side tyres being changed on their cars right now. The left side's been changed. Hogan will get away first. But what about Reynolds? When does he roll? He'll roll quickly enough.
Wow. And here's some news. Wayne Hutchison stayed out.
Maybe saving those tires.
Well, so it's interesting you mentioned the tires. Remember that Blake Reynolds and Justin Morton have an extra set of tires over all the rest of these guys who are on the lead lap right now because they didn't take tires on that second stop. Blake Reynolds definitely benefited most from that because he was able to stay up there in the top 3. But Justin Morton also up there in 6th position, tucked behind.
Oh no, here comes Hutchinson. You know what, mate? Maybe he just realizes there might still be a tiny bit of fuel saving, especially if we have green-white checkers in this race. You might buy a bit more insurance pitting later in the cycle here.
I just don't think this is the last caution, DJ. I think that we're going to have another one. If that happens in the middle of the run, everyone's going to come down again because we've got the tires to do it.
Yeah, I agree with you, Adam. I think that's the call, but I think coming in and getting fuel now, resetting those tires as it is, if you don't take tires at this point and you put yourself in a position where you need a pit stop rather than wanting a pit stop to be able to recycle, that's going to catch you out too much. But yeah, if there's another yellow that comes out, I would say especially around lap 330 or so, it's definitely the call to come in and get a fresh set of boots.
Well, Barnes was in the wreck earlier, but I guess he didn't use his free repair because he's got a perfectly looking number 4 car coming back out on the track. There you see it at the back of your picture.
That's good news for him. He'll still be in the fight for this. 3 laps down, granted. But Brian Barnes back out there in a clean machine. And now at this point, I believe Yeah, we've got a good group of cars that are going to get a wave around here. It's going to be Travis Warling, Adam Halleck, James Walker, David Hall, Steve Driscoll, Chris Tito, and Jason Wallet.
Yeah, 3 of those are now lead lap cars, so 11 cars on the lead lap. It was down to 5 not too long ago. Christian Challoner, 12 laps down, might still have a chance. How does the series normally handle green-white checkered guys? I know they bounce from road to oval a lot.
Oh, what's this? Is Blake Reynolds coming to the pits again?
No.
No.
Oh, yes.
He faked it.
No. Oh, okay. I think he's saving fuel just in case.
That's marginal.
No, you still hear some of them fuel burning as they go around. So yeah, I don't know what the strategy is then with regards to fuel, because some people electing to pit later in the cycle.
It's 3 attempts at green-white checkers.
Oh, okay. Still something to be said for that then. All right, here we go. We're going back racing. Reynolds has control of the field, and he's gotten a nice jump over them.
Definitely a good jump. Boyd Hogan falling into second place, but the battle is on for third with Jason Brophy and Tom Abramitis. Abramitis around the high side, a little bit too high, has to scrub off a little bit of the tires and hits the outside wall, hits it again, and he's now almost spinning in front of the field. They all have to check up there. Tom just trying to hang on to that car in front of Joshua Chin and Justin Morton, who has to go low. That's Christian Challoner, still 12 laps down, just watching on.
Yeah, nice job by everyone not to all wreck there, but it does mean the top 3 break away. By the way, you saw a car blinking in and out on the bottom line. That was Brian Barnes, so he was able to get his car repaired, but then lost the connection. Here's the incident up in turn 1.
Oh, just so difficult to control up there, DJ.
Yeah, up into the marbles, beating and banging that car against the wall. A good job from Abramitis to keep it pointed the right way and to keep out in front of this trailing pack now. Now, he's got Chin, Challoner, and Morton behind him, but Morton has dropped back a whole lot. Morton actually had to go super defensive, diving down onto the full-on apron to make sure he didn't get collected, and that cost him a whole bucket load of time.
Finally, what you were looking for, Sam. Fastest lap, Blake Reynolds, 2:28.4.
Yeah, and he's been able to pull out half a second over Hogan, but remember, this is still a full stint here. They could very easily burn their tires off in the long run, so there might be something to be said for not going 100% right now.
Well, I wonder if that's maybe a little bit of Justin Morton's strategy at this point, because I'm looking back at him and he's running significantly slower laps than the rest of the field. And so I think he may just be holding back a little bit. Same with Wayne Hutchinson behind him. But as we continue to watch here, ooh, Joshua Chin trying to take a little bit of look on Tom Abramitis for P4.
Yeah, they're running side by side. Adam?
Yeah, very, very close to each other coming off of turns 3 and 4. Almost ran into each other. Joshua Chin able to get that position away from Tom. I think Tom has some pretty significant damage from that rebound off the wall. Oh, and a blown engine for Joshua Chin!
Oh my goodness, no! Joshua Chin, who was having a great race and was one of the best keeping that car pointed the straight way. That engine is completely kaput.
Now, I think he might still be able to take a free repair, but he's going to have to coast the car all the way around the racetrack. He's going to lose a lot of time doing this.
Oh, and this absolutely came from that contact that he made with Abramitis to the rear of him. So absolutely just losing the engine a couple laps later. So Chin having to make his way around to the pit lane. I believe he's done so. So unfortunate for him. But good news for Christian Challoner, because that's another one of his championship challengers who's falling back in the pack.
And Chin's still on the back straight. Go ahead, DJ.
No, I was going to say, indeed, that this is a terrible race for Challoner, but he has got to be very, very happy with that result. There you can see Chin pulling himself down into the pits finally.
Boyd Hogan putting some pretty serious pressure on Blake Reynolds now, Sam.
Yeah, no, Reynolds really pulled out at the restart, but Hogan's running right back down. I almost wonder if Hogan's had the fastest car all race long, but he's kind of just been holding a royal flush in his hand and hasn't raised it yet.
Yeah, I mean, he may have the royal flush in his hand as far as the car setup is concerned, but he's racing Blake Reynolds. Remember, Blake Reynolds is a world championship driver, a world championship racing driver that we're facing. He won the major series back in 2018. He's won 15 races here. Even if you have a royal flush in your hand, you still have to outbluff Blake Reynolds, and that's going to be a tough game.
Exactly, Adam. Poker is not a game of luck, it's a game of skill, and we're about to find out which of these drivers has more skill as this gets down closer and closer to the wire. Really trying to push. There is Hogan, but Reynolds doing a good job. He's driving a bit of a defensive line here, just trying to take up as much of the track as possible, cut off any clear air for his rival.
I got to report Joshua Chin did not have a fast repair in hand. He's been in the pit lane in his box for a minute. So good news for our championship leader, Christian Challenger. Bad news for anyone challenging him. But look at this. Great run from Boyd Hogan. Here we go on the front straight. They're going to be side by side at the line, entering 1 and 2.
He's going to go all in. It hasn't happened yet. There we go. Reynolds able to power around on the outside. Hogan can only do that so much before he burns off his tires too much.
Like, absolutely called Boyd's bluff there going into the corner. Just a fantastic move from Blake to just send it on the high side and pray that Boyd would just keep it off of him. Able to do so, but look at this, Boyd Hogan coming up behind him again. Boyd's got to be careful, because the more he does this, if this goes on to a long run, he's absolutely wearing out his tires, and Reynolds could get out to that 1.5, 2 second lead that we saw last run.
Yeah, so we need to change our analogy here a little bit, because if Boyd had a royal flush, he would win this hand anyway, but maybe he has a straight flush. He's trying to work out what Blake has.
If you bluff the man into folding, you can win a game, even if he has got a royal flush.
You're right about that, Adam, but they've got to worry about a pair of twos up ahead of them in the form of Jason Wallet. That's some lap traffic that they're coming on. Could this be the opportunity Hogan's been waiting for?
Why would you fold the royal flush? Here we go. They get by the lapped car without too much change in the running order here. Hogan loses a couple of attempts, but he'll be able to eat that up pretty quickly.
Oh, I've seen it happen. You can absolutely fool people into thinking they don't have what they have in their hand.
Yeah, but if you have a royal flush, you know you've at best tied. No, you've won the hand. You can't fold it. I got a royal flush on the WPT app the other day, so I know what I'm talking about here.
All right, well, Boyd Hogan, regardless, is absolutely keeping up this pressure on Blake Reynolds. He's entering a lot higher than Blake, trying to get more of a diamond off the corner, but his car's starting to get tight. Both of them struggling on corner exit at this point. Look at this Boyd looking to the low side, absolutely trying to draw Blake off of his game, but both of them entering the corner so well. It's awesome to see these two guys duking it out at the front. They're absolutely the class of the field, and you can see why. But Jason Brophy, to his credit, still clinging to the back of them in the tune of 6/10.
I heard what you said there. He's diamond in through the turn, so this is a royal flush of diamonds. Go ahead, DJ.
There it is. No, I was going to say, you read my mind on that Brophy is kind of coming up behind here pretty strong. They've got to be careful about this, because I think as they squabble, Brophy may be able to find a little bit of an alternate line on him, learning what they're doing. He's got the bird's eye view, and he can see exactly how both Reynolds and Hogan are defending and attacking. He's going to start to try to maybe pick out some weaknesses here and go for gold.
You see timing and scoring on the left-hand side of your screen. 10 cars still left on the lead lap. Schmeier would get the lucky dog if we did get another yellow flag here. The battle obviously is between Reynolds and Hogan. Most of the cars left on the lead lap have broken up a little bit. Brian Barnes has reconnected, but unfortunately is already 18 laps down.
So the question is, are we going to go to the end of this thing green, or are we going to get another caution? That's the real question. That's what's sticking in the back of everyone's mind. If we go green, Boyd Hogan needs to be thinking about his tire wear and tire conservation, because at this point we're 20 laps into a stint. If we hit a yellow right now, everyone's coming in. There's no doubt in my mind that you come into the pits, especially with only 10 cars on the lead lap. But I think you just have to think about your tire conservation at this stage in the race and try and make it to the end. Oh my goodness, Boyd Hogan very tight on exit of 3 and 4 that time.
Well, on this, go ahead, DJ.
You're all good, Sam. I was going to say, you're right, Adam, about now, but I've got to pose a little bit of a hypothetical here, which is if we get about 15 laps more into this stint, I wonder if you maybe don't come in for tires, gamble on the track position, and hope that some of the other drivers who are a lap down don't come in as well, and maybe put some lap traffic in between you and the cars that took new tires. It's a gamble, but especially for somebody like, let's say, Abramitis, Justin Morton, Jason Brophy, some of the guys that have been back and forth a little bit and haven't been in control of the field, it may be a gamble they're willing to take.
Yeah, if I'm James Walker or Steve Driscoll, I'm absolutely taking that risk, because I've just now gotten myself back onto the lead lap, and if a caution comes out, yeah, I think I take that risk. If we're somewhere underneath 30 to go, I think it's worth the chance.
Yeah, I'm not sure it will work out though, to be honest, because if you know, the lead lap cars pit first and then the lap down cars, so if you stayed out as a lead lap car and then the lap down cars realize, oh, I'm not going to get my wave around, they'll come in and pit, and that'll put the lead lap cars on newer tires right behind you. So I don't know, but we'll see. Crazy things can happen.
Sorry, James Walker and Steve Driscoll, speaking of those two drivers that I just mentioned, they were side by side for 8th and 9th positions, and they're absolutely duking it out here. James Walker deciding not to go side by side again, but that was very close.
Yeah, I was also about to say, I think if we're going to get a caution, it will happen in the last 10 or 20 laps, because that seems to be when everyone's tyres go away and we see a lot of sliding around and subsequent incidents. But that being said, this pack of cars right here might bring out a caution a bit sooner.
Yeah, very well might, the way that they are duking it out right now, but you know, a lot of the cautions that we've seen haven't necessarily been from side-by-side banging doors on one another. It's been single incidents with just a car getting loose and other cars getting collected along the way.
41 laps left to go for the leaders as they come across the line. James Walker, by the way, who we ride on board, that these guys do run the risk of going the lap down very shortly here.
Yeah, they've got about 4 seconds to our leaders that are lapping at 30.5s at this stage in the game. These guys that we're watching are running 31.2s, so about 7 seconds a lap slower than Blake Reynolds and Boyd Hogan. So they've got to pick up the pace if they want to stay on the lead lap coming into the close of this race.
Yeah, let's not forget we did have cars who stayed out under the last caution to get a wave around, and all those drivers are being forced into the pits in the next 10 laps or so. In fact, I think that number 90 car there, Travis Warlin, well, he's way off sequence anyway because he was in an incident.
Boyd Hogan's starting to lose the back of Blake Reynolds a little bit. The lapped cars. So this is definitely, I think Boyd might have fought a little bit too hard with Blake, and Blake's just been able to run his line the entire time.
I'll tell you what, I'm glad to see that drivers who have persevered are getting paid off quite well here for surviving an endurance race. And what I'm talking about is the fact that we have drivers 5 laps down, 4 laps down, running in 12th, 13th and 14th positions right now. So even though they've had tough races, they've made it through, and they're going to get rewarded with decent finishes.
Yeah, exactly, Sam. And it's, you know, just keeping an eye on the points. Some of these guys may not be in contention necessarily for top 5 in the championship, but just moving your way up in the championship any way, shape, or form. it is not only an ego boost, but it helps you and it helps your team. And that's a lot of what I think these guys are out here running for, is that all-important teams championship.
37 laps left to go for our two leaders who haven't gone side by side for a little while. I think Hogan, well, either, as one car goes to the open there, one of two things is happening here. Either he doesn't have a pace to catch Reynolds right now, or he's saving his stuff for a run at him later on in the race.
So it's entirely possible that James Walker, who is right now last car in the lead lap, about to get lapped by Blake Reynolds very shortly, could walk away from this race as our championship points leader. Possibly. Now, Christian Chandler is only in 19th, so it's not going to be as much of a gain as I expected, but it's going to be a big gain for James. He's probably going to find himself in second because Josh Chin's still in the pits, 10 minutes, almost 11 minutes in the pits, down to 22nd position, 22 laps down. And we've lost Andrew Waring over the course of this race. So James Walker in third position, 14 points back of Christian Chandler entering this round. I mean, he's in a really good points-paying position right now.
Yeah, unfortunately for Ford, we mentioned earlier about how their setup seemed to be struggling a little bit, and we wondered if it would come to them in the long run. Only Walker and Morton in fourth place for that team are still out there running in the top 10.
That was a sketchy moment for Blake Reynolds off the corner on the bottom of Rob Powers. Almost went around off of the rear bumper of him. Boyd Hogan now having to navigate around Rob. He's going to tuck in behind him and try and get a good run off the corner, but that's going to hold up Boyd as well. So both our lead drivers losing out to Blake and losing out to Rob Powers.
I think Rob had some kind of mechanical thing earlier, didn't he? He was involved in the first two cautions of this race, and he either lost the connection or blew up. He's 14 laps down, and yet there he is, still going around in 20th place.
Well, kudos to him for keeping it back out there. Watching Hogan as he comes around, he still has that gap at about 0.6 of a second. Blake Reynolds coming up behind James Walker right now, going down to the inside. Careful that that car doesn't drift up on him. Oy, 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 that was a little close there coming out of turn 4.
And wasn't Powers who was involved in both the first two cautions, but I think he was involved in one early, so there we go. Oh, big drift from Hogan. And in fact, though, this might work out for him. He threw it into turn 1, got temporarily alongside Reynolds, but wasn't able to do anything with it.
Oh my goodness. Well, Boyd saw an opportunity and absolutely sent it on Blake Reynolds, so a great move from him. But these guys, when we're talking about that strategy about not pitting, DJ, I'm not so sure anymore. They're about 2.5 seconds slower per lap than when they started this run. And even with a buffer of about 6 to 10 cars between you and your other competitors on the lead lap, I'm not entirely sure that you're going to be able to pull off staying ahead.
I almost wonder if at that rate of a decline in pace, is it worth for some drivers? I'm guessing the answer is no, but is it worth for some drivers just making an unscheduled green flag stops to see what the new tires gain you? I don't think it would be worth it, but yeah, someone might gamble.
They may go for the gamble, Sam, but I think it's going to put you too many laps down to really make up a sizable advantage on it at this point. Really, the only way to make it work is if you do get that yellow, I think.
Yeah, and I think the only people who are going to try are the drivers who are 1 lap down, because they're the nearest driver to them on laps is Chris Yatito 4 laps down. So that's a 3-lap buffer. So the guys who are 1 lap down might be able to try it and see whether or not they can gain that time back. But they're going to that would be a minute that they would have to gain back just on raw pace. And at 2.5 seconds a lap over, over 30 laps, that's about a minute. So you could theoretically pull it off, but it'd be really tight.
Yeah, and it wouldn't last forever, would it? The new tires would be 2.5 seconds a lap quicker, but eventually new tires get old. And we have less than 30 laps to go now, just 28.
Yeah, so absolutely not worth it. But James Walker looks like he might be trying that. in the pits. Maybe he thinks he can't make it on fuel. We've seen people doing 69 laps, so it's possible. But here comes James. We'll see whether he takes tires.
Yeah, so this will drop him to 11th, like you say. He can't go back any further than that.
So he is taking tires, so he's going to try some.
Yeah, I mean, it's worth a shot.
And Driscoll's coming too.
Well, here's the calculation on that, guys, is that they're gonna have to go about 67 laps or so on that tank of fuel, and they only had about 2 laps of yellow, so it may be a little bit of a strategic calculation that they're just banking on something happening there or something like that. I don't think they would run out on it, but you never know. They may just be a little bit worried.
Green-white checkers, maybe? Maybe they're thinking about multiple and thinking about whether or not they could actually have enough fuel, so this assures them that they could make it to the end of the race now on this tank. But if everyone... So now at this stage, if a caution happens and everyone comes in and pits, they're a little bit more of an advantage when it comes to having the opportunity of making it to the end of the race in a good position. Now, James Walker just passed Steve Driscoll. That was on track 4 position. That was an undercut from James on Steve.
Yeah, none of the cars that it took a wave around under the previous caution, of course, they'll be pitting for fuel now. I get what you're saying. If cars who don't have to pit between now and the end of a race come into the pits, they could be on fresh tires. And, you know, not have to pit under a caution if we did get a late green-white checkered, but I don't see that working because you'd be down a lap or 2. Car just blinked out there. That's not Hogan, though.
So David Hall in the pits now, DJ. Similar strategy, similar laps down.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's what they're going for. And no, Sam, to your point, ooh, that was a big wiggle there.
Yeah, it was.
Reynolds. Wow. But no, Sam, to your point, if this was a longer circuit, something like Daytona, Indianapolis, Talladega, where you can theoretically come in, maybe get that change and get out on the lead lap, yeah, go for the gold and go for that advantage. But at a shorter track like Darlington, you're going to go a lap down, and you need to get that pit stop.
Well, right now, with all the wave rounds under the previous caution pitting for fresh tires, our 2 leaders here are actually having to watch their mirrors more than out their windshield at lap cars they're catching. They're the ones being passed right now. And they know that, as one car gets in the wall there, they know that that's part of the game. But the problem is it's kind of broke up the battle. Hogan's lost a lot of time to Reynolds as they've been letting the faster cars go by them.
Absolutely. That's David Hall going by Boyd Hogan. Travis Warling will also try and go by. He's the one who got into the wall just a little bit earlier. So David Hall unlaps, takes another lap off of his counter. He'll go back to 2 laps down. And Travis Warling, that damage that he took from hitting the outside wall is preventing him from going around Boyd Hogan. Now he's going to try it off of the exit of 1 and 2.
Yeah, that's Brian Barnes, who lost the connection on the restart, who's rejoined the race, but obviously still suffering massive connection issues in that blue car at the back of your picture there. So Reynolds is about to... Oh, this is actually kind of nice. The lapped cars caught him on the straight, so Reynolds won't have to back off too much here. He just let off a little bit early for turn 1, get on the racing line, and still has about...
Whoa!
Oh!
Got pushed wide.
Yeah, I think that might have been aerodynamical. So that actually helps Hogan run them down a bit. We're in our final 20 laps now. It's time to boogie, my director's telling me.
It is indeed, and that is Hogan trying to get that gap. Now, the other thing that I'm curious about with these 2 leading cars is I'm wondering if they're maybe trying to hold off a little bit, save a little bit of fuel, if they're worried about the fuel numbers, and that's what's causing a little bit of this checkup.
I mean, if they're worried about the fuel numbers, they're worried about not making it to lap 367. If there's a green-white checkered, all these drivers are going to pit.
No, if there's a caution, all these drivers are going to pit. There's no way.
Yeah.
They're 48 laps into a stint. They've got nothing left for a restart. It'd just be a spin tire mess. So everyone's coming into the pits except for those people who are 2 laps down, and they're not going to get back onto the lead lap. So all strategies out the window at this point, unless you decide to take a pit stop now. But even then, you're going to be starting behind the rest of the field once everybody else pits if you decide to take the pit stop. Now, that may still work out for you, but yeah, I mean, I just don't think it's worth it. At this point, everyone's more or less on an even playing field.
Yeah, these are all hypothetical scenarios, of course, right now. For all we know, this race might go green to the end, knock on wood, because the last 2 times I said something like that, a yellow came out.
Well, Sam, this
And it
is...
didn't.
Yeah, well, there we go. All right, we got through that one. Good. And I was going to jinx it even further and say that this is the time where those tires do go off a little bit, so drivers are going to have to be on their best behavior here, trying to hold on the best that they can.
Yeah, unfortunately, DJ, tight is a lot easier than loose, and as we get further into the nighttime, it gets tighter and tighter. So these drivers in the situation where the vehicle is tight, which means that entering the corner, you just need to take a little bit less speed, a little bit easier on your entry turn-in. Ooh, Boyd Hogan, a little bit loose on the exit. That was a snap-loose scenario where the car is tight enough that you turn the wheel a little bit further than the purchase allows for, and then when it does hook up, the car just wants to snap around on you. So Boyd Hogan able to hang on to that machine, but he's lost another 2/10 to Blake Reynolds up ahead.
I think Blake Reynolds can breathe a little bit easy right now. As I say that, he gets real loose exit in turn 2 and has to pass a lapped car. But he has got a little bit of a cushion, so if he does need to do any saving, he can afford to do a little bit right now. He's only got 14 laps left to go, so he can see the checkered flag.
So we're going to take a look at James Walker and Steve Driscoll as they're trying to unlap themselves from Boyd Hogan and get themselves onto 1 lap down. Now, Jeff Schmeier is still out there 1 lap down, so he's the current lucky dog. So these guys...
Well, Kevin Hill's a lucky dog now. He just got lapped.
Absolutely. So these guys who took that early pit stop, they are managing to get themselves back into a decent position, but it's not enough.
Okay, so here we go, that battle for 9th and 10th that you were talking about between Walker and Driscoll. They're about to unlap themselves from the race leader, so this is going to hold Reynolds up, and that might allow Hogan to eat back up into that leader bit. The problem is Hogan is having to work his way around lap traffic too, and he's lost over a second to Reynolds.
Yeah, but Reynolds is going to get massively held up here by Driscoll and by Walker as they go by. Walker could not be nice to the leader there, and neither can Driscoll, because they're battling for position. And now that we're well within 20 laps to go, it's no more Mr. Nice Guy.
Yeah, but the good news for Reynolds is they cleared him, and Reynolds should have clear track for a little bit here.
Yeah, he should indeed. I do believe that they may have a little bit more to come up on, but that battle is shaping up ahead of him. The good news for Reynolds, about 1.4 seconds back to Hogan.
Oh, here goes Driscoll.
Here he goes.
Oh, Walker. Nice run on the outside. But they're going to get held up behind Rob Powers. Where's Rob going to go, and who's going to pick the line? Steve Driscoll decides to be nice about it and let James Walker decide where to go here, not box him in.
Well, that's Wayne Hutchinson, and Wayne Hutchinson in that 17 car, who's had a real nice race, by the way. We haven't gave him as many shout-outs as we should have, but he started 15th, he's up to 6th, he's the last car on the lead lap, he's about to go a lap down, and Blake Reynolds, I think, is breathing real easy right now with 10 laps left to go and a 1.5 second lead. But Wayne Hutchinson should go a lap down here and be able to hold on to 6 quite securely for a little while.
There's the move from Driscoll on the inside of Walker. Walker does not defend this time by. I think he just realized that his stuff is more or less spent. Now they're catching up to the back of Jeff Schmeier. So Schmeier was initially the lucky dog machine. Now these guys have much fresher tires than Schmeier. 18 laps versus 56 laps, and you can see they just smoke on by.
If anyone for the lead is saving in these closing laps, it's Hogan, because he's really dropped back of Reynolds here. I know he's been getting the worst end of lap traffic, but yeah, Reynolds is a 2-second lead now. Things are looking good for him.
Blake Reynolds, his first race back in the major series this year, and absolutely doing a great job up to this point. Remember, he took a pit stop and did not take tires, fell back to as far as 12th position, has been able to climb his way back into the lead and pull away from Boyd Hogan over the course of these last couple of restarts. Just a fantastic drive from him so far. Boyd Hogan, on the ovals, he seems to be an absolute beast in second position right now. An excellent job hanging on to that position. And Jason Brophy as well, a fantastic driver. Doing a great job in third position, absolutely repping for his team. Justin Morton, from his pole position, he just has not had it for the leaders, but a top 5 is still nothing to sneeze at all. Tom Abramitis, a recent joiner of the major series, brought in here under the urging from Christian Challoner. Work buddies, the two of them, and Tom Abramitis doing a great job down there in the top 5. He's shown some great strength today, to be honest with you. He's been doing some good battling around the track, been very respectful and very cautious when it came to his passes, but assertive when he needs to be, and his defenses have been some of the best.
Hogan is losing over half a second a lap to Reynolds. I think this is more than lap traffic. I don't know what it is. He might just have to be saving his tires. He might have burned off his tires, but he's got 13 seconds over Brophy still.
Well, he's the slow. Oh, he major hit to the outside wall for Boyd. That was huge.
Yeah, that was a massive smack. Let's check out that replay.
What's going on to Boyd? Oh, he's just tight into the corner.
I mean, it was but 5 laps ago. He still had a shot of winning this.
And now he's 4 seconds back with major right side damage.
And he's already lost about 2 seconds to Jason Brophy. Now, granted, only 5 laps to go, so we may be able to hold this together, but Brophy keeps coming on like that, and there's some major damage to Hogan. This may get a little interesting.
Well, if you thought that lap was slow, Jason Brophy had a similar moment, so I think everyone's just running into this tire wall. Blake Reynolds has done the best to manage it, but we're 63 laps into a stint. This is the longest the stint has been for any of these top 5 drivers. They've all pitted before 60 laps up to this point.
And let's not also forget that these drivers are mentally fatigued. They're all racing a video game. And, you know, your parents tell you when you're young to not play video games for too long. And here they are playing the same one, doing the same thing for the last 3.5 hours. So, you know, you can have lapses, especially when you're getting into the closing laps here. Because it seems every now and then Hogan is able to put a good turn or two together. You know, and likewise with the rest of the field. Just making minor mistakes here in the closing stages. Reynolds is just hoping they can keep it clean for 32 seconds more, because he has started the penultimate lap, 2 laps left to go. If he can make it to the white flag in about 25 seconds or so without a yellow fly-in, I think he's got this in the bag.
Blake Reynolds, a 15-time winner in the major series, the 2018 champion, as we've mentioned many times before. World-class driver for sure, and showing why, just absolutely managing this run better than just about anybody, taking the white flag this time for Blake Reynolds.
He made the strategy gamble early on when he had been battling for the lead and for second place. I wondered if it would backfire against him. He did drop back outside the top 5 a little bit, but then a caution flew at the right time. He was able to work his way back up towards the front where he had been running first and second with Hogan all race long. He had some challenges from behind. He's drifting through turns 3 and 4 there. I don't know if he's just showing off. He's wiggling down the front straight, but he's going to take a checkered flag and win the Southern 500 at Darlington Raceway.
Boyd Hogan is going to come home in an easy second place. Jason Brophy still has 2 corners to go, coming through turn 4 now. He's going to come off the corner, the blue car just now exiting, and he's going to come home in 3rd position. Justin Morton, just 1 second back, comes home in 4th.
And the last car on the lead lap, he could stop right now and finish 5th if he wanted to, but he's not. He's going to take a checkered flag, and that is Tom Abramatis, who comes home in 5th position in the number 22. But there is your winner, Blake Reynolds, in the number 66, and I think it's a very deserved win. He definitely had challenges, and some of them fell back through misfortune. Some of them fell back through being outraced by Blake. But I'll tell you what, I think no one is going to argue the fact that he definitely was the class of the field today, and he's going to celebrate, and rightfully so, on the front straight here in Darlington, South Carolina. Well, we're going to take a quick break, and we will be back in a few moments for the full race rundown and driver interviews. Don't go away. Hello and welcome back to Darlington Raceway, where we just witnessed round number 10 of a major series here, the Southern 500. 367 laps, 500 miles of racing action, and when it was all said and done, your race winner was Blake Reynolds. He got the Royal Flush ahead of Boyd Hogan, who had a high straight flush, and Jason Brophy, who also had a straight flush, but not quite as high. And then straight flush beats four of a kind, right? I can't remember. Justin Morton gets fourth place ahead of Tom Abramatis, so rounding out the top five. One lap down as Wayne Hutchinson ahead of Kevin Hill and Steve Driscoll. James Walker also one lap down, and then we get down to the full houses with Jeff Schmeier 2 laps down.
We got David K. Hall down 2 laps as well, with Jason Wallet 4 laps down. Adam Halleck, the first car, 5 laps down. Then we got Ryan Steele, Chris Yatito, and Brian McGreevy 6 laps down. Eric Smith 7 laps down in 17th position, with Travis Worling in 18th, 10 laps down. Christian Challoner does finish in the top 20, 19th position, 12 laps down. And then last car in the top 20 is Rob Powers, also 16 laps down.
And from here on out, we get into some of the drivers that fell afoul. Of course, the race with Brian Barnes coming home 21st, Lynn Kinchlow in 22nd, followed by Joshua Chin, that engine-blowing ending his day. Daniel B. Johnson was 24th, followed by Nick Kuhn, Trent Brown, Justin Kirby, Zachary Brown, Jason Enrique, Andrew Waring, and Mark Stevenson.
Unfortunately, we had some drivers out of the race early, but Blake Reynolds was able to complete all 367 laps and able to complete them before anyone else, and he has joined us here for a post-race interview. Well, first off, congrats, Blake. How are you feeling?
Not that great, actually. That was a long one. It didn't help. Yesterday, I got my second COVID shot, so I'm definitely not feeling the greatest. My right foot is killing me because I was pedaling it so much, just trying to just getting it to turn off the corner and just make my runs away from Boyd there.
We saw in the around lap 70, I believe it was, you had a strategy call where you opted to stay out and not take a set of tires. How many sets of tires were you down to at the end of the race there?
I believe it was 4. I did that just because it was early, and I knew watching the European race a little bit earlier in the day, I just knew that the cautions were going to come. I just didn't know when. So I figured early on, just get an advantage, take a set of tires. We only had like 10 laps on that set. And actually, I don't know how, but at the end of the run, everyone was almost out of gas, and I ended up being the fastest car on track again with old tires. So I don't know how to explain that, but a really good car tonight.
Yeah, I was going to ask you that about how much gas you all had left at the end of the race, but it sounded like you were okay. Were you one of the drivers downshifting to third gear tonight? I heard a lot of people doing that coming out of turn 4.
No, I didn't. No, I don't think anyone was doing that. That must have been that weird iRacing bug. We are bogging quite a bit in fourth gear out of turn 4, but it kills your tires. Like, I don't know. It's not slow enough in 3 and 4 to be able to do it. I would say at a track like Phoenix, you could probably get away with that, but Darlington, that's probably just an audio glitch. iRacing has them. It'll be fixed. But, yeah, you're just using fourth gear there.
Now, had your rivals not had the fuel trouble there in the closing laps, were you concerned? When did you realize you had this in the bag, basically?
Well, I was just waiting on that caution to come, you know. Me and Boyd were very close. It wasn't until about probably 50 laps into a run where I started to eke again on Boyd. He made some adjustments, and it definitely made his car not wear the tires as bad. And actually, in the middle of the race, I put some clicks of cross in it just because I was just sliding all around, and especially at the end of the race there, the temps were down. We were absolutely flying. Like, I had my fastest lap of like a whole second faster than in the first 100 laps there in the last run. So, yeah, good car.
And a great result. Are we going to see you back at the next round at Monza?
Ooh, actually, what car is it? I don't know.
The Formula One car. I wrote down F1 cars at Monza. I forget which The McLaren.
McLaren. Well, I don't know if you guys notice. I drive for McLaren, so that sounds like a lot of fun to be able to do that.
All right. Well, we look
up.
forward to maybe, hopefully we'll see you there. Anyone you'd like to thank before we let you go?
Sure thing. The set tonight was a base that will probably be used in a eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series race. This is just version 3. We're probably going to end up with like version 80 by this time next week. So, Dead Zone Racing, Houston Hammer, Dustin Lingert, Graham Bolin, and I have been turning laps nonstop since our last Coke race to do that. Then, of course, my eNASCAR team. I race for McLaren Shadow Esports, McLaren's esports team. Me and my teammate Alan Bose are struggling a bit this year, but stuff like this really makes it fun to be able to come out and rep the sponsors, the paint scheme, and those classic modern McLaren numbers. And I'll thank y'all. For years, I've raced in the majors, and you guys, every time I tune in or race, you guys step up your broadcasting game. And look at me, I'm on camera. That's new. I haven't been here since you guys had cameras, so congrats to y'all for improving.
Well, we appreciate that, and again, congrats on the victory. We'll let you go and celebrate and recover from your second COVID shot, because I was the same way, man. That second one got me.
Yeah, thank you very much.
All right, that was your first place finisher, your race winner today, Blake Reynolds. And Adam, you have caught up with the driver who finished behind him, Boyd Hogan.
Absolutely, Boyd. All day you were hounding Blake, trading spots with him over and over and over again. At that last restart, he was able to get ahead of you, and you just kept the pressure on. But what do you think made the difference today towards the end of that race?
Towards the end, definitely lap cars. Just, I don't know. He was, we were pretty even. I felt like on pace pretty much most of the day. It was a lot to do with just whoever got out front, in the first 15 or 20 laps. And, that was in turn easier on the tires, and you can kind of just hold each other off that way and kind of try to build a gap later into the run. But, I don't know, he started slipping a little bit more, I felt like, the last run, and I had made an adjustment on the last pit stop because I knew we were going, 64, 65 laps, and the strength of our car has really been 25 to, I'd say 45 most of the night. It was just ridiculously hooked up through that portion of the run, and then Blake could kind of have a little bit on me later on. But no, it was definitely lap cars at the end. I was just kind of sitting there biding my time, trying to take care of the tires and see where we'd end up with about 5 or 8 to go, and then I don't know where they were like 3 or 4 lap cars racing for 25th with fresh tires, and then there was another guy that just straight up took the right front off my car with 10 to go for nothing to do, and that killed the whole night. So that's what it is.
Yeah, absolutely, boy, but still a fantastic run for you coming in second place. How hard is it to drive these cars around Darlington? I know the Gen 6 is its own unique beast around here.
You definitely have to be a little bit smoother with the throttle here than what you do at most places. But I don't know, man. It's fun because you have all the power back and less downforce, and you're kind of sliding around. And Darlington in itself, kind of 3 and 4 at least, races like a short track, and then you're just super on edge through 1 and 2, which is also, it's just a blast. That's why I ran tonight. But yeah, that was I don't know, man. It's crazy. It's a lot of fun.
Absolutely. And can we look forward to seeing you next round with Monza and the McLaren MP4s?
That's not something I'd rule out for sure. I messed around with those, 4 or 5 months ago, and it was a good bit of fun to drive for sure. You definitely feel like you got a lot more grip in those than you do in the stock car stuff. So, yeah, as long as the schedule lines up, I don't see why not.
Well, Boyd, congratulations on a second place finish. You've been representing very well at the ovals this particular year. And is there anyone you want to thank for your finish tonight?
Honestly, yeah, there's a lot of people. First and foremost, I definitely got to thank Jared Crawford. We've put a good bit of time into this car the last week or so, just bouncing ideas off each other and messing with some things. We got a little bit of work to do, but I think we're off to a good start. And trying to bring something good here for the Coke race in a week or two. And I gotta thank Cale Gale and Kevin Kirchar, everybody who kind of helps out at Bobby Earnhardt's Legacy Esports. They got us a good sponsorship group in here: Curb Records, Champion Power Equipment, Avalanche AC. There's a whole list of them, man. There's a lot of people that makes this team go around and helps us out, and I can't thank them enough. Everybody at Reaper Speed Lab, Blaster Products, Blackstone Management Partners, Abruzzi. There's I appreciate the hell out of all of them, man. This is it's a lot of fun to be able to come out here Sunday night and race with you guys. So thank you guys for putting it on. Everybody in the major series, it was a blast to compete in. I just wish it would have ended up a little bit different.
Absolutely, boy. But congratulations on second place regardless, and thanks for talking to us, and we hopefully will see you next round.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
That was Boyd Hogan, second place finisher. And next we're going to catch up with Jason Brophy, who had a little bit more of a storied race compared to the two that we just talked to with DJ.
Indeed, Jason, the two guys in front of you seem to be there the entire race. You, however, had to fight your way up through the field and were just kind of zigging and zagging all the way up and down. But talk me through what I think can only be described as a chaotic race out there.
Yeah, I wasn't particularly confident. Going in, I would have laughed if you'd have told me I'd be sitting here at the end of the race and asked what did everybody disconnect. I didn't put much effort into qualifying, just enough to make sure, hey, I'm in the race. It's 367 laps. It's a really long race. And I expected there to be more cautions than there were. So, it was quite a clean race, all things considered. Never had to make a green flag pit stop. But just kind of slowly pick your way forward. First caution came out right about the right time. I think I was 4 seconds from going a lap down. And then from there, it was just always, staying close enough and being close enough to the leaders that when the cautions came, never went a lap down. Pace was okay. I think for most of the race, I wasn't particularly faster than, say, Challoner. Feel bad for him, and even Chin. Over the short run, I think Chin was faster, but I feel like I did a really good job. I don't think I hit the wall or touched the wall until like lap 173 or something. I think it's the first time I even looked at it. And I hit it a few times over the end. I think 20 laps to go, I popped it pretty hard, and so I know James was coming there, but it was just take care of the car. That was the goal, and that was good enough for third in the end.
Well, it certainly was a bit of a war of attrition out there. And so I want to ask you, when you're running a 500-miler like this, you got pretty good luck at it. I mean, your incredible duel with Chin at Indy. But when you're running something like Darlington here, which is just so much more of a physical track, what kind of stuff are you doing to prepare for it, both during the race, during those yellow flag periods, and then leading up to the race? Is it anything different than a normal sort of major series race?
Just being tears toward the last 80 laps. Anytime I take my hands off the wheel, your forearms hurt. I tend to grip the wheel pretty hard. So, felt pretty good, but then you start to get a little more into it and a little tighter grip on the wheel. And so, yeah, especially toward the end there, I was starting to feel it. That's right wrist, right forearm, just because you're wheeling it. Like, I'm not that great at throttle control, and you had to throttle control this car, right? If you kick the throttle up too much, I was wheel spinning on the straightaways sometimes. So, it just getting that power down is difficult, and keeping it consistent. So I honestly don't know. I'm just glad I finished it. Turn laps, get prepared, but I don't know that I'd done a full fuel run before this race successfully without hitting anything. So I think I did like 2 or 3 of them this race to start. So, you back it down obviously versus practice and stuff like that. You're going to take it a little easier when it comes to race. And so you can just settle in and log laps. It's 500 miles, long way. There's no point pushing the issue early.
Indeed. Well, I'm going to have to take some of that to note and hope it can help my own driving experience on it. But, next time out, we throw in some right turns as well. But another place that is known for absolute speed, we're racing the old McLaren F1s at Monza. How do you think that's going to go? What do you think is going to be in store for that one?
I haven't driven the McLaren much. I know I raced the Williams at Spa last year, and I actually did pretty well. I think I finished 6th in that race. So I'm not particularly a road person. I tend to struggle when I have to turn right, although I turned right a lot tonight. But it's just a matter of I think you figure out what tire components you're going to need, set the car up. It'll be interesting. I think you'll see a different crew. You'll see the regulars at the front, the Challengers and the Chins. I say, both of them had their issues tonight. So on the kinetic side. So, but I think they'll be able to help kind of figure out what we're gonna do. And try and go fast. I know Monza's a real fast track, so gonna have to figure out what the downforce level, if you want to trim, how much you want to trim, that kind of thing. No considerations of fuel like we had last year when we went to Spa, because I don't think we can refill that car at all. So nothing on those lines. It'll just be tires you're looking to, and how well you can manage the tires and what the optimal strategy would be. So.
Well, I know I'm certainly looking forward to the strategy element of that race. But Jason, anybody you'd like to thank for this third place here tonight?
Yeah, I want to thank the guys at Kinetic, obviously, Christian, Josh. We ran pretty well there. Obviously, Blake and Boyd were in another time zone to some extent after a while. And I want to thank the guys at Team Connie. That's Nick, because obviously I do have a connection there. This isn't anything, but I've learned a lot from them over the course of this season that I use to try and build whatever this setup is. And so it obviously wasn't good enough, but that's what the next week and a half for them are for, and see if we can help out there. So.
Well, fantastic, Jason. Thank you so much. That was your third place finisher here tonight at Darlington, Jason Brophy. Sam?
And that's going to wrap up tonight's broadcast, but we've got a few people we'd like to thank. First off, we need to give a shout out to Sarge's Place, which is a homeless veteran shelter based in the state of Washington. And to learn more about them, you can go to sargesveteransupport.com. There's a link in the broadcast description below. Additionally, we would like to thank all of the organizers and the competitors in the major series for coming out today and putting on a fantastic show. Additional thanks goes out to the companies that provide the software and hardware for our broadcasts, and now you can see those listed on your screen. Also thanks to June Lalonde, who provides us with our music. See the screen for how to get a hold of more of her great work. Thanks to the team today, Adam, DJ, Sean, and Dougie. If you'd like to find out more about GSRC, including upcoming races, you can find it at globalsimracingchannel.com, or you can check us out on Twitter at GSR Channel, Facebook at Global Sim Racing Channel, or Instagram at GSRC_gram. Join us live again, this time on September 12th for round number 11, where we will be taking the McLaren F1 car to Monza. All of our upcoming races for our other series are listed on your screen, so be sure to check those out. Mark them down on your calendar and don't miss another second of exciting racing action. But until next time, race clean, race hard, and we'll see you on the track.